I hope the multi-chat this time doesn't have a problem. Jordan Peterson, my favorite intellectual. I love him. He's my favorite guy on the planet. Wow. What the glurm? Thing on sale. Darktide. Psycho Mantis. Jordan Peterson. Peterson Jordan. The Adeptus Arbites. Heretics. Heresy. Or in the words of the Black Templars, purging with my kin! Very good. Very good. Purging with my kin! Gotta finish this damn event. Gotta collect them skulls. Gotta collect them skulls for the Skull God.
I understand you've yet to earn your place.
Good things about the work you'll do.
Never earns my place. Doesn't care about earning my place. Actively undermines it, actually. Clueless. Dude's name is Gaping Sphincter. Alright. Gaping Sphincter. Should probably turn off the music.
Proceed through flow control hub Delta 12.
Shut up, music.
Complex. Neutralize pathogen via hyperbaric pressure. Ruler and data.
Fucking Gaping Sphincter, dude.
With heretics. Tread with care, varlets.
yes, beloved. Someone has made a poor job of maintaining this place.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
This is Hangar Delta 175. You are on the incorrect level.
You have to die! They're everywhere!
Elevator function questionable. Risk acceptable.
That meat sack won't trouble us now! Don't worry, it's dead.
But
Can you hear the echo in the shaft?
We fall, little ones, and I land on me. Our hounds got two aims. Catch this. So much fire. Keep watching. It gets better.
grab it because it's free.
Flow control hub Delta 12 is close. Proceed across the hangar.
whaler station. How delightful.
Man, we are very, very fucking split up. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, they love it. They should heal. Oh no, a trapper! I don't want to do this. Beauty's down. We killed the Ranger.
Alright.
Go there! Bomber! I don't think it's there now.
What's up, Marcus?
No, beloved, you're not a good dog. Get out from my trees! Good help. My beloved would like that.
Oh, yeah. These fucking two dipshits are not participating at all in the event. They're just going super fucking far ahead. Alright, I went down because of that. Cool.
I'm going to hurt you! It's gone very still. You are going.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
A present from my beloved! Where are you?
The sum of your parts is greater than individual. In other words, group.
Like, these two are fucking completely fucking worthless. No one... They do the fucking special event mission, and they don't participate in any parts of the event. It's very strange.
You have reached flow control hub Delta 12. You must destroy the infestation to proceed. Do so.
Very strange.
It's going to kill you!
Easy and fashion. Sparket knows how to kill.
Elevator efficiency restored. Mission can proceed.
Alright, that dude died, obviously. Dumbass. Cool.
Sniper out there.
Varlets. It is time to continue onwards.
I'm just doing what my beloved tells me.
Alright, cool. Ugh, how are you doing, Boy Meets Minnie?
Will we know if we're infected, you think?
Getting work done, what are you? Flip card?
No food for you.
Libs! Oh boy, liberals. I love liberals. I love the liberals. They're my favorite people.
Pipe cluster 79 Alpha 341 leads straight to the refinery.
You're very kind, sweet fruit. That doesn't look healthy. It's dead.
Ay, 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 dude.
Medicaid station.
I'm not.
Yes, the hound's dead.
Yeah, this is the hardest difficulty. It's Auric Damnation. That's the hardest difficulty. Fuck's sake. Alright. Get a little unlucky. God, I just keep seeing Gaping Sphincter kill Punk's Hound. Oh, did a Gaping Sphincter kill those dogs? I don't know. Gaping Sphincter. Jesus Christ.
Found you old beast. Where's your strength?
Man! A lot of dudes with guns. Oh, now, look who decided to crawl out of the hole. Fucking maximum putis. Putis maxisus. Maxibususis.
That's how it's fucking done, Sparkhead.
I think it's time to kill you. Dead.
Fucking this motherfucker. Personally, I think we should keep giving subscriptions to the Fortnite to fuck.
Follow me.
Yeah, because you were faffing about probably doing whatever, and then I started screaming, Kudo, fuck you, Kudo. Coke, seed, malt, coke, malt, coke, malt, coke, malt, coke, malt, coke, and malt, coke. Fucking.
They've left me, or I've left them. Celerity shift!
Skill issue, you say? I don't think so. Oh, there's a gunner right there.
hope and seethe, Jack.
Oh, we're doing just fine, Puto.
Group up and you will fare better.
Fuck you, Ford. You piss me off, Ford. You little shit.
Medical station.
Or you piss me off.
It is now time to deploy your magic boxes. Please hold position until they are finished.
Cry me a river. Fuck you. These fucking booties.
No more beauty.
Data interrogation rate acceptable.
Alright.
I
Jesus Christ.
long for my beloved.
Killed by a barrel. Alright. Nice.
Amazing. Amazing! Amazing!
Help me
These
up.
fucking booties.
I don't like it here.
Lines never easy. I blame you, varlets.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
One down, varlets.
My source is that Ford is a puto.
Process failure. Reapply. This time, pay more attention.
It's dead, I think. Bring on for my tree. Yes, beloved, hiding is cheating. On time. The trapper's dead. It's not happy, is it? Poor thing.
Machine is wrong! Watch it! Sniper!
this is a little bit of a Pepega shit show.
Iterative phase nearing
Like,
completion.
I like how two of the people came into this fucking mission with no intention of doing like anything of the fucking event at all. Like, none of them are picking up any of the skulls. I like that very much. It's like, why would you even pick this to begin with? If you didn't even want to fucking do the event to begin with, it's just very strange.
Successful. Very well. I will authorize extraction.
Time to leave. Blind Puto. Call him Pepega.
Drag shotgunner.
Save Puto. Move on with life. Call him Puto. Save Pepega.
I want to do this.
I blame the Fortinet. This motherfucking Puto. What do you have to say for yourself, Ford? Oh, this motherfucker says, what, puto? You know what? DC. That makes you disconnect. Makes you shit yourself now. Fucking puto. Fucking puto. Come on, Pepega. It's time. It's time for some dork. Summons him. How many more do I even need? I'm at 8,000? Wait! Okay. This fucking guy has to load the game? Crazy.
Commodore, I wish to thank you, reluctantly, for your kind gift. I have sent it to Mars to confirm its authenticity.
Oh, happy to do it.
Isn't
We're all on the
authentic,
same side,
clueless.
right?
Is completely fake, clueless. Eating? In this economy? You think you could eat? What the hell do you think this is, puto? A charity case? Nah, there's only suffering. Actual, just forehead shit. Yeah, forehead. Eating. Only bougie people eat. That's like peak bourgeoisie. We all know this. Whoa! Yeah, just like be rich, forehead. Whoa! You know, I think if I'm gonna do another factorial run, I want to do another factorial run, but with like a bunch of planet mods. Mods that just have like a bunch of fucking extra planets in it. So I just want to play with the extra planets. Yeah, we'll get to Jordan Peterson on Jubilee. Mostly the one part where the one kid just basically... I think his name is Danny, just like completely rips Jordan Peterson to shreds, exposing him for like what he is, and that is like, I described this in like the David Dole video, where he talked about Jordan Peterson. He basically occupies like this superposition of as a conscientious objector. The problem with this is that it's impossible to sort of like maintain that position without having anyone, without like having to anyone ask about any of your claims or like moral or ethical positions. Because the problem with Jordan Peterson is that if you ask any questions on anything that he fucking believes, he immediately has to like shrivel up into a ball. Right? He has to. Because if he answers anything about anything, it makes him look like a complete charlatan and a buffoon. So he can't say anything. So he basically has to just be like,
well, I'm sort of just like this guy who just kind of like thinks about this thing. Well, I have to ask purely about like whatever your thing.
Because when you notice this immediately with anything that Jordan Peterson has to say, instantly, every single time you ask him about any like moral or ethical claim that he makes or about any position that he holds, he immediately starts asking you questions, and it's just like, well, why? I'm asking you a question. What do you believe? It's about what you believe in. It's like, why, like, why is this a thing? And it's just like, oh, okay, it's because you can't answer anything, because if you do try to answer anything, it's just stupid. No, the Reddit atheists were fucking... They were correct. The Reddit atheists were fucking correct. Overall, when they argued against, like, evangelicalism, they were right. And they ended up being fucking right, so... It's just everyone is fucking stupid. Well, if it isn't Buddhist. Did you fucking join the Virgin City? The Virgin Mary? Well, if it isn't puto. What do you have to say for yourself, huh?
Bro, are you high?
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you're not gonna finish that? Puto?
Amogus.
Good one. Fuck you. Fucking wrap it up.
And kids are cruel. All people are by nature. They just lose touch with it as they get older.
We love how reactionary Sundowner is. All people are just cruel, Jack.
Like I said, kids are cruel, Jack, and I love minors.
I love how the friend that fucking Baxor got to say that line just couldn't. He couldn't. Bro was about to burst out fucking laughing because what bro is saying is just insane. It's so funny, dude. It's so good, dude. Am I gonna get, like, zapped with the copyright beam on, like, YouTube because of fucking,
Yes!
because of Jubilee?
Yes!
Yeah?
Sorry!
Other
That's
dudes...
funny, though.
I mean, you know, other people have done it before and they didn't get zapped with the copyright. I mean, if I get zapped with the fucking copyright, I get zapped with the fucking copyright beam. As long as the stream doesn't get, like, taken down or whatever, that's fine.
Brother, get the flamer. The heavy flamer.
I am a flamer.
Brother.
Get the flavor. You know, we should play Deathwing with a set of people because that game is pretty good. I beat the campaign of that game, and the campaign was just kind of meh. Very eh. Because, like, your AI partners are completely and utterly fucking useless. Deathwing, the Terminator, the Deathwing game. That's where that Russian Badger video comes from, yeah. It's a good game. It's just only the multiplayer about it is good. Everything else, like, the single player was just dog shit. Hello.
Good news! Free healthcare! Bad news! I'm your doctor! Coming for you!
So, what are you doing? Are you being Bebega? Boil the shit out of this guy. Kill this guy.
All over the place. Kramer! Calm yourself! Keep away! Faster! Keep it at a distance! Try to die! Cleansed by holy Bartholomew!
You want a piece of me? Must die!
Damnation!
in.
It's getting ready to explode!
I reckon the Serbians entrance is more your thing anyway.
Doesn't look so bad, Spider-Man.
Alright.
Bitch down! We got a bitch down here!
Says you. Kills you. Kills the Fortnite. His little fucking little bitch head. His little fucking idiot face. With stupid head.
Look out! Bomber! Bomber's dead! Shotgunner!
That's the big beauty done.
Killing!
Get out. There they go.
We've killed the hound! Diamante!
Fuck.
There's a trapper!
Find it.
Whatever comes next, you'll do better as a group.
Got a sticky something for you.
Killing.
This way. For the Emperor. Ammo. A soldier's best friend.
Puto.
Two words! Get the fuck up!
Shut the fuck up. How many skulls are you even at?
Subsector resolved. Clear your only way
I'm also at about 8.5.
Someone stop it! Dead, 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 dead!
Well.
I don't like that noise! Speak up, beloved! It's very noisy in here! I'm trying to be a good soldier! It's up for you! I don't want to do this! It's dead. Oh
Crap's going out! I want these Carters dead!
no! No, beloved!
Pega. Well, there's harder than Auric Damnation. There's having 40. Auric Damnation is this is not that bad, to be honest.
Stop eating our Aldrich! The hound Oxburster, keep it away!
audio problems. I was getting some like fucking annoying ass audio problems on my headset. All things are just going all funky for me. Technical, you know, I guess.
No more pox burster!
Nom 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 nom.
Yeah, you eating? What are you eating? That's just a yes. Nice. What are you, ornate? Next thing you'll say is blood for the blood god. Or puto for the puto head.
Stab cutter!
I hear a dealership.
Sniper! Sniper! Stab shotgunner!
Where's the puta maxima? Oh, there's the puta maxima. Woo, you managed to live. And then I get knocked off. And my fucking headset's going full schizo. Nice.
Discipline.
Understood. This is out the carpet,
So what the fuck even happened on the left side? Did they start the ritual for some reason? Just triggered a horde? The game just wants to say fuck you, basically? Okay.
What's the psycho doing that? So rude.
fuck you managed to live there, people, but you did.
That's all you got?
Yes, beloved, I can see that bomber, thank you. Dead.
Are you fucking for real?
Show me your cartoon war faces!
Scab gunner.
Bro, what the fuck is the ogre doing? I was about to fucking put that shit down.
Oh, is no one coming to help me?
I think the ogre is actually throwing for content.
Sniper down! Just helping you up, Sparkhead. You get that?
Bro, what is he doing, dude? Jesus Christ, man.
I can kill you! Sniper isn't here anymore.
Where'd you die?
Sniper! Sniper!
Ammo crate! Go there!
Just fucking trolling. I have a med crate.
Ammo crate!
I do not trust this fucking moron with the fucking med crate. Oh, great. Okay, you listen. Yeah, go. We're just going for the res. We'll just wheel back around when we get
Efficient, Psyker! I grant you that! Beware! Stop, Gunner!
I want to do this! Come along, veteran. We need you. Oh! A heathen thing.
Crack?
Blast deal. We're going the right way.
A lifetime trading with the foul sinners has left.
Are you going back to the ammo crate, I guess?
That's probably not a wise thing to say.
I literally told the moron 500 fucking times to pick up the thing. But like any Ogren, dude's brain doesn't work. There's another ritual up here, Puto. Oh, this is commonplace.
Oh, grenade.
Like, like very often, like zealots running in and killing themselves. That seems to happen all the time. People take role-playing a little too seriously, and also Ogrins typically being complete fucking dumbasses. This is very, very commonplace.
I'm going to hurt you. The flame is dead.
That dude's just like running off ahead and getting himself killed already. Could get himself killed. Very low accurate. Like for, I mean, we've played this game for probably like thousands of hours between the two of us. We can attest how like fucking stupid, how a little too seriously some people tend to take these fucking goddamn role playing for some reason. You fucking role players, man, fucking role players, bro. I'll let them come out so we can get the skulls. Just let them come out. I got one. Better than nothing.
Not so tough, Mutie.
No, we're getting plenty of stuff. Plenty of fucking skulls, Pega. Well, that guy got fucking...
No match for me.
Well, so I keep pointing out grenades for this dude to pick up with the Ogren, and Ogrins always get priority when picking up grenades because they have the best grenades. And this dude never picks up his grenades.
Got it.
Oh dear, a pox burster.
Go at the bottom.
Plasteel.
Reflecting mutants. Ricochet your ammo. That sounds like fun. I don't think they'll do something like that in like in Havocs. know if they would do something with Ben Patrick's. There's a fucking well, fuck you, puta.
I need a moment.
Let's just leave. All right. Oh, I love it. Lord. This map's not the worst. There's worse. What do you think is the worst map, Uko? I don't think it's this map. There's probably a bigger fuck you in this game. All right.
Can you still fight, sweetheart?
Oh, there's a fucking people over there.
Kill that bloody bastard!
Fuck you.
Box burster's dead.
Oh, they'll do that.
Focusing strike.
Big people over there, people.
Show me your cartoon war faces. Don't be a layabout. Time. I will serve your teeth.
They seem quite comfortable.
Gun's empty.
Oh. Alright. Not too bad.
Bring on arrow.
Grenade!
Ammo. Grab all you can carry.
Ah, nice.
Safety in numbers, folks. Group up.
Not too bad.
That's horrible! Kill it!
This is Hadron. All spec scan beginning. Remain in close proximity.
I'm with the fucking Papega, bro.
Point it at things until it goes green. Even you can do that, can't you? Environmental interrogation complete. Return to the servo skull.
For the Emperor!
That's fine.
Find that servo skull. At once.
Leave no tears on the dead, Cypher. Mona!
Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck was that, dude? Alright. Terrain. And then well, I mean, this... I got fucking stuck on terrain. I don't know what happened to Ford. But I'm assuming he also got stuck on terrain. That's funny. Oh, there's a mutant and 2 dogs behind you. I got stuck on fucking terrain. That's funny. BRB. This fucking guy. This fucking booties. With me mum. Oh, are you talking with your mum? Oh, you talking with your mum? Are you now? Oh, yeah, I'll tell you what. Oh, that's me mum. Well, now we wait for this fucking Papega. Okay, okay, important question. Since when the fuck does goddamn YouTube have fucking slop games? And why are there so many fucking, like, YouTube slop games? I remember hill climbing. That's a fucking classic, though. But there's, like, so much other dog shit. It's like, why? And now we sit and we wait for this motherfucking booties. Ooh, I can't wait for Astartes 2 to come out. That's gonna probably be really good. Given how good the secret level fucking Warhammer thing was. That was some top tier shit. Top tier. Top G. Top G. Do I have top G in my fucking chat? If I don't, I need to add it. I'm gonna check now, I'm curious actually. I must add top G. Top sheet, top sheet, top sheet, top sheet, top sheet. We love top sheet. Our favorite guy, we love Xi Jinping. I just wanted to have an old man Yowie session with Xi. My favorite guy in the world. You know, I love Xi. He's so good. He's so epic. I love him very much. But why won't he ever return any of my calls? I'm very upset about the fact that Xi will never return my calls. Why is that? I don't like that. Well, 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 if it isn't fucking puto. Alright. Shall we, Papega? Shall we, puto? But I was saying, I'm looking forward for, Oh yeah, they like the zealot has like died like 3 times on their own, running forward, getting themselves constantly killed, and the fucking Ogren was like on his own, just like a complete fucking dumbass. I don't know what you were doing with the Ogren. I was just like, just trying to do the objective, but the fucking zealot also just was running ahead of everyone else, trying to get themselves killed again. But I was like, fuck, I'm just gonna just kill. Yeah, I was also with you guys, and then the Ogren fell off. I don't know, something probably blew up. And the dude cries like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" It's just like, I mean, you guys got yourself killed. I know that when we like both fell off, I was like, "There's no fucking way the zealot's gonna clutch this because that dude's a fucking idiot." I forgot to click ready. Yeah, we got like all the rituals anyways. We got the triple rituals, so it's not the end of the world. So those dumbasses fucking like crying and complaining is like pointless. We still got like what, 900,000 skulls, so meh. Lost nothing. But yeah, I was saying, Astartes 2, if it's as high quality and as good as the fucking secret level, that's gonna be some good shit here.
Look at that. A bit of honest to Judy daylight. Bright, ain't it?
We could all use a little brightness before this world falls into shadow.
Didn't even open the door. Good one, Pluto.
We are so very good. Good
You having fun with your axe there, Puto?
Fires out, beloved.
Come closer. And I will share ours.
Killing.
Kill the Carter!
Oh, did you already crack that? We're going to operate under the assumption that, yeah, you did.
Drink on her!
Nice. Look.
Fresco means to die! Pressure!
That Puto killing those guys instantly, pretty much. Just heal up, Puto. Take the heal.
In eye of the tower, famous
They say he once killed an orc war boss with a headbutt.
Jesus Christ. Nothing here, Puto. Oh, there's a lot of guns there. That's a lot of guns. Alright, that was a little sus.
Did you triumph, Ogrin?
click the button. Clicking the button.
Oh, grenade! Someone shoot that Hoxmaster! Shouldn't have made me angry! Did it just explode?
Take this!
Nice and quiet! That's better!
Markers are ducking!
Just click the door. They're coming through the hole.
You're souring my drinking blood, Roxanne! Esri, how exciting!
Trevor's dead!
Can't get a clear cut! Is that a trapper?
Alright, easy.
We slaughtered the hound! Once we're down, we're stuck. I will survive!
What the Maxima is probably over here.
Come, spread the truth! I don't want to do this! Let's him! One more! Rain fire! Rain fire!
You can stop shooting the ranger!
A healer station! Blessed!
Amazing.
Renegade station! Ammo! A room full of battered toys. Can we be certain any still function?
Don't lollygag. Get the diaperizing before every heretic on a coma shows up on your doorstep.
The muti's pain is ended!
Add-on here.
Puto.
Pay attention. Data interrogation rate acceptable.
No flying till I say so!
Alright, I love it!
Can you not even manage a simple task? Try again.
So many souls
systems green. Uplink restored.
Go bang? Yes, beloved, that blood should be on the inside.
Game do be doing a little bit of trolling, constantly pick the same place.
I'm not dead.
Oh, hello.
You have somehow succeeded in solving the issue.
Go heal up. There you go.
We're not good enough for you.
Fucking puto. Heal yourself now. You should heal yourself now.
Men!
You're men. Fuck you.
Nobody's gonna miss you, you men!
Shut the fuck up.
Yes, beloved, I see that trapper.
Keep crying,
men!
Fuck you, men. Man!
No, beloved. She's one of the good ones. I couldn't possibly do that.
Hashtag she's one of the good ones. Man! What's going on with the damage?
Just like the imperative to abandon something perfectly useful in the name of convenience. Has it been like this long?
Probably the woman used to think so too. But then again, that common sense don't appear. I couldn't have been dictated.
the heal. I got the heal, I'm good.
Show me your cartoon formation!
Everything is insane!
We've been not getting a lot of those guys. You know what we have been getting a lot of? Dudes with guns. We're getting a lot of men.
Grenade!
Scream, it sounds nice.
Whoa! Hello.
Crack grenade! No quiet till I say so! Follow me!
We should stay over here.
Bastardess, you did!
I did not have permission tonight.
Los poros son hermanos.
Seven, 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 seven.
7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7 7.
You need this ammunition, sweet brute.
7 7 7 7 7.
Can you shut the fuck up?
No! What are you gonna do about it? Hey, Ford. 7. I think that's a ritual over there as well. At least the tank is. Oh, you already got the fucking though. Well, look at these booties.
It's gotta be the best pirate I've ever seen, dude.
That's a good meme. There's a big yellow. Oh, there's another fucking ritual piece. Put this.
Follow me.
There you go.
Ranger's dead.
Hangar Delta 175 below you. Look for a way down.
I will survive. Hold it. For the Empire. Seen worse.
What's wrong with a bit of gusto?
Some coming behind us. Like Sam, I mean a bunch.
I will survive.
I don't think it's there now. Celerity stim. Careful, that should end the cadets.
What? I've fallen, I can't get up. Fuck you, bitch. I hope you eat a doo-doo bupkis.
Big size bomb just ahead. How long now?
It's not for you.
Louders?
Are you fucking being full Pepega right now? Are you just being like complete pooplehead head? Shut the fuck up!
Thank you, sweet Ogrin.
Previously on Lost.
We are lost. Ah! I lost!
Would it hurt any of you to offer a kind word from time to time?
Ammo brain? You'll melt me with your brain, right?
Out of ammo!
Well, to be your friend, you know. Only I have to be careful. Something terrible happened to my last friend. Bastille!
I'm not dead. Splendid! I am indebted.
I'm lost! I lost!
Crap, no!
You're getting shot at. I'm okay with this. We should stab you. Stab you.
Medicare station! Heads up. That's the pneumatic conveyor. You'll need that later.
Why'd the fucking other people put it down as well? Hang on.
Time to get to work. Open the storage cell to find me those samples.
Go there.
I don't know why that fucking the random sucker goes to the right. You never go right. You always start and go left. On the final event of this mission, you never go right.
Come and get some of this, you ugly bastards.
Yeah, wankers. You know ones put this where are they?
Come and get some of this. Oh, come on, give me some bloody money.
No, I'm not gonna give you any money. Fucking go for it. Stop being so pepega.
Such praise, I don't know what to say. Should have bothered someone else, Saber.
Oh, right by the stairs. Lovely.
Burn, you bastard. Burn.
If God had wanted you to live, he would not have created
men.
me.
No, no men. All right. All right. Just gonna leave now. No, but the putos are being puto pepega.
Don't worry, it's dead. Not dead yet, luckily.
I have planned for you. More.
Man!
Good one.
Gotcha!
Real?
Nothing personal. I just had put this.
That was fucking stupid. That was really dumb. the fucking putis. So dumb, dude. Nothing personal. We just have putis. It's good. So we can probably finish this tomorrow, right? We're probably both at about 10K. Yeah, we can finish this tomorrow. Yeah, it's a tomorrow problem. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a tomorrow problem. Oh boy, a gun. How not exciting at all. Nice. Well, GG's, Papega. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Nice. Uh-oh.
Your life is everything. You serve all purpose. You should treat yourself now and give yourself a piece of that oxygen in the ozone layer that's covered up so that you can breathe in this blue trap bubble. Because you know what I'm here for. To worship you. Love yourself. I mean that with 100%,
Love
with
yourself
1,000%.
now. Oh yeah, what about me, huh?
Psych!
Fuck you, Boy Meets Mini. Well, you got nothing else to say, Ford? Hmm?
You should kill yourself now.
That's kind of fucked up, Ford. What the hell, bro? Kind of messed up, bro.
No, you cannot joke about that.
Yeah, that's not funny,
That's
Arthur. That's not the kind of humor we do on this show.
That's not funny, Arthur. I don't even know where that's from, by the way. Shut the... You're never getting me with the Oblivion NPC music. It's not happening. I don't think Boy Meets Mini was here to listen to you serenade him in your sultry tones and then just like psych it. He hates you, Ford. He hates you. How does it make you feel?
We got crackers, no gluten. Fuck crackers.
See? Boy Meets Mini missed everything. No. Just gonna have to catch it in the VOD, unfortunately. Boy Meets Mini. Get fucked, I guess.
You're ugly. You're disgusting. I'm gonna kill you.
Give me $200. Dude, Dr. Phil is such a fucking moron, dude. God. That dude's a fucking complete... He's a goober, dude. He's such a fucking goober. I think that's like probably the best way to just describe Dr. Phil is just goober. He's such a little fucking goofy McGooferton. And I mean that not in like a positive light whatsoever. I mean that in as negative of as a light as possible. As negative as possible, he's a goofy. He's just a goof. Very silly, very goofy. Wait, they have fucking Dr. Phil doing counseling for the IDF? That's so fucking funny, dude.
Change the world. My final message.
You should kill yourself now.
Okay, good one, Ford. Alright, you wrapping it up, Domi? Oh, you got nothing else to say? Besides, shebing, shebong, shebang? Nothing? Puto already left. I'm gonna get some water and then we're gonna do fucking shit. Okay. Yeah, you are a donut. Fuck you. Water. Water. Boo. Little phlegmy. We're a little phlegmy today.
Just a little phlegmy. It's not too bad. Not too bad whatsoever, folks. Let me tell you, folks. Very important. Just a little bit of phlegm. Very good. Very cool. Donut.
Why is there nothing going on in the news? Why is the news so boring? Man, people are fucking brain dead. I think everyone's brain dead. I think everyone is brain dead except for me. Ay, ay, ay. What day is it tomorrow? It's Wednesday tomorrow? Right, because this Thursday... No, no stream this Thursday. Hooray. Man, I sure hope there's nothing that, really happens on, Thursdays. Clueless. Nothing happens. Nothing ever happens. Alright, I don't want to look at this anymore. I don't want to look at that ugly-ass bitch Tectone, because he's ugly and a bitch. Fuck you. Okay, I keep hearing stuff about, a Gaza, like, aid scam. What's that about exactly? Something about the, the Israeli-approved fucking, charity that's, like, doing shit is, is, like, sussy as fuck. What's, you know what's going on with that exactly, Boy Meets Mini? You have some intonation, you got some ideas there? controversial US-backed group says it has begun aid distribution in Gaza. What exactly we got here? Haven't heard the latest, but it's associated with their whole concentration camp idea. Let's see if we can find anything interesting. Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Wait. It uses American security contractors. That's not sussy at all. Aims to bypass the UN as the main supplier of aid to the 2.1 million people in Gaza. And it's there's not. I don't think there's 2.1 million people that live there anymore, guys. You know, there's been a famine because there's been a fucking siege for the past 11 weeks. For what purpose? I don't know, because Israel wants to just murder people. There's like an Al Jazeera article saying like the Palestinians, they go in there and they're just shooting at, and Israelis are shooting on them. So that's cool. Oh, it's a fucking update. Okay, that's cool. Great. So they're trying to use it as a honeypot. Yeah, that's probably illegal. Yeah. We need to make sure that Hamas doesn't steal the aid, because that's something that's definitely happening. Very cool, Israel. Yeah, based off of what Al Jazeera is saying, it's a bunch of people. Yeah, they're getting kind of shot. Hundreds of active and reserve Israeli officers prepared an open letter urging the Israeli government and leadership to halt the war in Gaza. That's funny. Thousands to crowd around. Ban trade. There we go. Deliberate aid. Deliberate massacre during aid site chaos. Gaza's government media office says Israel's military killed 3 Palestinians and wounded 46 others at a food distribution site in southern Rafah earlier. 7 other people are missing. Nice! Israeli army blames UN for avoiding aid roll in Gaza. Buddy, you people are the ones that are not fucking letting any of the aid in. That's not anything that the Gazans have done or the Palestinians have done in general. But you guys are the ones who are doing this. But okay. Israel PM acknowledges loss of control momentarily at Gaza Aid Center. That's so funny. So, guys, I think Israel might be trying to kill a bunch of people. I'm just saying, I'm just gonna throw that out there. That may be an edgy, controversial thing, but I think Israel's trying to kill a bunch of people. I don't know. I'm just saying. I think Israel's killing a bunch of people. Now, I know that may be, like, pretty controversial, but, like, I think Israel's trying to kill people. I don't know. Seems kind of... I don't know what exactly is going on here with Israel, but it seems kind of sussy. Kind of seems a little weird. I don't know what's going on. And look at us. We have a full... Well, not a full crate. But we are now full of a bunch of recyclers. Lovely. I do need a radar. Alright, well. We'll take a look at that. Guys, can you believe that Israel is bad? I know, it's a bit of a shocker to me as well, but, you know. It might also be kind of edgy and controversial to say that, Israel, I think, wants to murder Palestinians. Now, I understand that may be a little controversial, and maybe a little edgy, but, you know. I could be like, I might just be being a bit of a like lip cuck lefty here, but you know. I think, I think that a bunch of Israelis want to murder Palestinians. I know. This is true. We love religion, don't we? Boy Meets Mini, our token religion enjoyer. Our token religious guy. You know, Boy Meets Mini tends to be a token of a lot of things in this chat. This is so dumb. Caught. It's like, ah, fuck. I'm a token. Shit. Token of the white man. Ah, fuck. I'm white. That's white. That's white. I need some foundations. Do we have foundations? Yes. I need foundations, please. Also, how are we doing in terms of whatever? Yeah, it's true. The real token is actually Boy Meets Mini. You can grab the 4,000 legendary accumulators, I think, as well. It should be under production. Import from Vulcanus. It's probably not 4,000, it's more like 2,000. In fact, I'd rather have you just go to Vulcanus instead. Because we're gonna make a giant fucking battery. As one should. Gaze upon my battery, it's going to be big and amazing, I suppose, or something. I don't know. Whatever. I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini would call Vivek Ramaswamy a token, kind of racist. Boy Meets Mini. I can't believe that you would be so racist against your own people. Kind of fucked up. That's kind of fucked up, man. Kind of messed up, little bro. What the glurm? Alright, so we're gonna expand this bit. What's up, Scrubby Ox? This game is Factorio. And right now, we're building a big old expansion. Now, I probably should fix my iron production here, but meh, who cares? Meh. You build factory, and you go to planets. You build factory, go to planets. It's Factorio. Sometimes it's just that simple, folks. My brain is too small for this shit. Nah. You sometimes you just gotta be built a certain way, you know? I always enjoyed these kinds of games. And by being built a certain way, what I mean is autistic. If you're autistic, then you're good. Let's see. Let's pull up this shit. Boom. Gotta wait for my cargo anyways, right? So 50 at a time. It's gonna be 4 rounds of rockets. I don't think I really care about this. Right? I don't even know why I have this open. Why did I open this? Very cool and epic. Ugh. Huh. Um 1.4K. Okay. $89. 130? 131? No, 130? Okay, that's fine. Alright, let's mute the music and start doing some yapping. Alright. This is an image. This is an image of like a strange attitude. Like the countryside, I'm not a redneck, but the house is 150 grand. In contrast to, I assume, like, what, a studio apartment or some shit in a city for 4 grand a month. Well, alright. I'm gonna deconstruct this. Why is this the case? Well, it should be fairly simple and obvious, right? Because, well, let's be honest here, Boy Meets Mini. Are some houses even this price in, like, the fucking city? Maybe in, like, San Francisco or something. Yeah, but typically you'd have like wages be able to keep up with that, but that's like a whole different story, right? The thing is with this is it like embodies like a particular attitude, which I find very annoying, that people just have like this obsession with like living in like the rural parts of the country, right? I find that shit to be particularly annoying all the time. Like, the economic centers of production in a state, broadly speaking, are going to be the cities. And this has kind of been the case for, like, the past, 60 years? Like, is it 60 years? Let's say, like, 40 years. Definitely, like, 40 years. As soon as, like, all the trade deals started to hit, right? And, like, if you look at, like, most, like, American sort of, like, rural towns and stuff, they're all just completely fucking dead because of transitions to the economy, right? So, yeah, sure, like, I kind of find the attitude here in particular to be kind of silly, to be honest, because it's like, well, why do people want to go to the city? Well, where is the main sort of, like, economic opportunity nowadays? Well, it's going to be at, like, a corporate job in the city, right? Like, I don't think that's, like, a ridiculous assertion to make. I don't think that's silly to say. So, like, complaining about this, I find to be kind of strange, you know? Because it's just, like, I don't know, duh? Like, yeah. Like, depending on the job, like, some people may have to fucking pay that much for, like, rent or some shit. It's not good, right? Like, we've talked about, like, sort of in, like, our critique of, like, the abundance agenda, for example, or as I like to say, the abunda agenda, okay? Because bunda. The reason why this is sort of, like, I guess the case is because like, it's a lot of, like, real estate developer shit. That's, like, the issue, right? Like, duh. And I find it, like, strange that, I don't know, a lot of people tend to complain about this. It's just, like, why are people complaining about this? Well, you know, because fucking, a lot of, like, more right-leaning people will do, like, the whole LARPy bit about, like, oh, man, the cities sure are stinky because there's, like, a lot of black people in them or some shit. Or man, those Democrats sure do a bad job at running their fucking cities. And yeah, and it's a lot of it is also just like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini. It's a lot of fucking, like, nostalgia baiting fucking shit. When in reality, like, why do you think constantly, like, people leave, like, rural towns all the time? It's because there's no economic opportunity, because they've been hollowed out by, well, corporations. Like, duh. That's just, like, it's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, no shit. Like, these places are no longer, like, vestiges of economic opportunity, so it makes sense that people would just leave them. Why would they want to be there? It's not because they don't look nice or whatever. It's just, what is the point of being there? Like, if you're, like, young or something. And it's strange because, like, a lot of, like, rural, like, rural Trump supporters, for example, like, will often, like, shit talk the fucking city. But they have, like, no idea how much, like, the cities, like, subsidize the fact that they can live in, like, I don't know, the fucking dying, decrepit, like, small rural towns that they currently fucking live in, like, and there's not, like, a lot of, like, career opportunity. Like, it's obviously bad, but I guess the thing that just irritates me more and more and more about, like, this particular sort of attitude is the fact that, all the, like, stupid LARPy sort of harkening back bullshit. I fucking hate that stuff, dude. It's just like, dude, there's a reason why these places are fucking dead in comparison to cities. And cities are always going to be way more fucking thriving and successful. It's because of the fact that, hey, you know, well, cities are just way more sort of like economically productive than like rural areas will ever be. That's just kind of like how it is. So the economy has like overall transitioned as a result of sort of, you know, changes that have been happening since like the 80s. Like the fact that like this is like a sort of like return to a V kind of type thing, I always find to be just in particular very irritating, because it's just like all the people who constantly would say like, yeah dude, if we just like bring back small town America and we bring back the fucking towns and stuff like that, will surely be like economically thriving again. It's just like, well, that's just not going to be that's not how that works. Like, that's just not going to be the case. So I always hate this like stupid harkening back fucking bullshit. I really don't like it, because it's just, it's not going to come back unless there's like significant investment done in order to bring back these sort of like areas, these environments. Because like, in terms of just economic productivity in the sort of like broader sense, like, they don't produce as much. They just simply don't. I always find it to be really fucking stupid and annoying. I mean, there's the argument for strong towns that hinges upon the government throwing money at small businesses. Yeah, but they're never gonna fucking do that, because again, corporations make way more fucking money. Like, they are significantly more economically productive. Like, as like, if we want to talk about like shrewd calculus here, it's like, you know, not to like shit on whatever like small businesses or whatever, and I don't really give a shit about that. The thing is that the reason why these are like, I don't know if irrelevant is the correct word. I don't think that's the correct word. Not as like prevalent anymore. Like, small towns and small businesses are not as prevalent as they used to be anymore, is because of, hey, like, changes to the economy that have been happening for like the past fucking 40 years. So a lot of the times, this like sort of like return with a V, harken back to like an older time type shit is just so. I always find it to be rather like silly and fucking annoying, to be honest. It's just like, yeah, and like people are going to like the fact that they have to pay like $4 fucking grand in order to be able to get to live in an area that's going to be significantly more economically productive. Like, quite literally. Like, I don't know, like, never fucking lucky. Blame Reagan for all the bad trade deals and stuff like that. And it's always conservatives that make the fucking argument, saying like, yeah, we need to have like a return to like small business. Small business has always been the backbone of America. And they always do everything possible to actively like destroy small business, that the supposed like favored backbone of America. And I just asked, and I wondered to myself, like, what like, okay, like, what's going on here? Also, like, let's be honest here. A lot of, like, people in rural fucking small towns tend to also just be completely fucking wretched pieces of shit. Let's be fucking honest here. A lot of them are fucking assholes who just simply voted for Republicans due to the fact that they just hate fucking queer people. So, should I be surprised that the younger generations, which have been getting more and more overall progressive, are not really a big fan of fucking living in, I don't know, the countryside or some shit? No, I'm not gonna be fucking surprised by that at all. In fact, I'm gonna be like, yeah, no shit, they don't want to fucking live there, because guess what? Whoa. They're fucking festering shitholes. All the people in there are miserable fucking, like, dog shit fucking wretches. No one wants to fucking interact with them. Like, should I be surprised by that? No. It's sad that is just how it is. I can agree with that sort of position, but like, what am I supposed to fucking do about that? Like, okay. I mean, it sucks that this is just the case. Like, I don't really know what else to say. Like, I'm not really surprised at all by the fact that, hey, like, small town, like, rural America is dying for a lot of fucking reasoning. And like this like stupid return with a V fucking bullshit is just, that's not gonna fucking do anything to bring it back. They have to have like investment to be able to sort of like help them transition more and more into like a modern economy. And a lot of the times like it's like government fucking organizations and federal jobs is the thing that generally keeps these communities alive. And guess what's getting cut? Those exact fucking federal jobs because of Elon and Doge being stupid as hell. So it's just like, okay, like, am I supposed to be surprised? Like, you people fucking voted for this. Like, I don't want to do the whole fucking, like, a callous, cruel bit or whatever, but it's kind of difficult for me to not do that and just be like, yeah, I mean, like, what the fuck else were you expecting? Like, no shit, this fucking happened. Like, yeah? Yeah, you're surprised? You got exactly what you fucking wanted. Like, sucks to suck? Like, what do you want? I don't know. Like, it's really difficult to just not be like, I don't know, fuck you. Like, sucks. Like, yeah, this was something that was inevitable. It was always gonna fucking happen. Like, cope and seethe, Jack. Like, I don't really know what else to, like, say about this, to be honest, besides the fact, like, this, like, sort of, like, stupid, dumbass nostalgia baiting that the right likes to do all the time with fucking, like, rural towns, I find to be, like, extremely, extremely fucking irritating. I'm gonna be quite honest. Alright, you are almost at Aquilo. Well, I needed more fusion power cells anyways. Heh. Give me my automatic requests. Why the hell are there a bunch of fluoroketone barrels in here? Why are there a... What the fuck? That's a little strange. Okay, well, that's a little weird. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. I could probably tear down some of this fucking shit, I'll be honest. Eh. Not the end of the world. Forgot to stick a radar there. Yeah. Alright, one more fusion power cell. Then we can get the hell out of here. You should head back to Novus, because you're going to pick up some more foundation. Alright. Let's get started with this. What do we have here? So I guess there was always gonna be a catch with the aid that Israel's been letting into Gaza. A shocker, I know. Who would have thought such a thing could be possible? Controversial U.S.-backed group says it has begun aid distribution in Gaza. Let's see, what do we have here? Controversial new aid distribution group backed by the U.S. and Israel has been working in Gaza. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation said lorry loads of food had been delivered to secure sites on Monday, and that distribution had begun. Hundreds of Palestinians collected food parcels from a site in the southern city of Rafah on Tuesday. The GHF, which uses armed American security contractors. Now, I wonder why. There's a bunch of armed security, American security contractors that are being used here. I'm not saying anything. It's a little sus, a little weird. Aims to bypass the UN as the main supplier of aid to the 2.1 million people in Gaza, where experts have warned of a looming famine after an 11-week Israeli blockade that was recently eased. Yeah, so the Israelis are, well, sieging Gaza again because, I don't know, stupid. They just want to kill Palestinians. Duh, obviously. Whoa! They just want to kill a bunch of people. Shocked, I know. It's crazy. Who would have thought? This is exactly what was done in northern Sri Lanka in the early 2000s for the Tamil aid camps. You know. Let's be honest here. Like this was like I don't know if this was like an inevitable thing, but you know, using like aid as like basically a honeypot in order to kill a bunch of people. That's pretty thumbs up. Very cool and epic. I'm trying to like think here. There's a reason why, broadly speaking, the UN probably has it has its own organizations, right? Like UNRWA, for example. But UNRWA got defunded, and I almost want to say it was also sanctioned, but I don't think it was sanctioned. It definitely got defunded by the United States federal government because, again, they're a bunch of bloodthirsty genocidal maniacs and have a death pact with Israel. So that's why that's happening in particular. So there's that. And generally speaking, the UN has like I would say a higher standard for aid organizations that operate in certain locations. So it makes sense that they probably don't have a really big like it's gonna get here. Probably not a big fan of this American and Israeli backed sort of aid organization because, like, again, whoa, Israel can't be fucking trusted because, again, they just lie and propagandize everything. So you know, that's cool. A UN spokesperson said the operation was a distraction from what is actually needed and urged Israel to reopen all crossings. They're not doing that. The UN and many aid groups have refused to cooperate with GHF's plans, which say contradict humanitarian principles and appear to weaponize aid. Speaking of weaponizing aid, well, Israel weaponizing aid in a phenomenally cynical way. This is from Al Jazeera. They're doing like a fucking sort of updating. So that's cool. They're killing a bunch of Palestinians in Gaza. Fantastic. Very cool. Israel military says it did not directly shoot at aid distribution ground. The Israeli army says its soldiers did not direct gunfire towards an aid distribution center after thousands of desperate Palestinians stormed it while seeking long blockaded food. Soldiers fired warning shots in the air. Okay, whatever. To disperse the rowdy crowd outside the aid site in southern Gaza's Rafah area, the military said. Okay, they've been under siege for 11 weeks. There's been no food that's been going in. Now, I wonder why the crowd may be a little rowdy in order to get some food. They're probably desperate to eat. But, you know, they're very rowdy, so we have to shoot some little fucking puck warning shots in the air to make sure that, can't get too fucking rowdy, you silly Browns. Can't do that. So that's cool. In a statement, it said control over the chaotic situation has been established with aid distribution to continue as planned. The comments could not be independently verified. Desperation for food among Palestinians overcame reason about biometric and other checks Israel said it would employ at the Israel-US-backed center. 2 civilians killed in an Israeli attack on tent camp near Khan Yunis. Got a little video here. Watch. Pandemonium breaks out as Israeli-backed aid site. In Gaza? What? Oh, at Israeli-backed aid site in Gaza. I don't know why. My brain just was not working there for a second. We've been reporting on the chaotic scenes as thousands of starving Palestinians burst into a distribution center set up by Israel and the United States in southern Gaza. People grabbed boxes of desperately needed humanitarian relief as American security contractors hastily retreated and Israeli soldiers fired warning shots in the air. So this is the first initial thing that we covered. Belgian foreign minister, German government. UN says its Gaza aid system was not perfect, but it worked. Well, I mean, it doesn't help the fact that the Israelis have been getting in the way constantly, so I don't really blame the UN for that. Oh, they try to blame Hamas for the chaos. Why would you blame Hamas for that? A bunch of people are desperate because they've been under siege for 11 fucking weeks and they haven't had any food. Yeah, of course chaos is going to break out. Like, this is fucking silly. Like, why would you say this? Oh, because they just want to kill Palestinians. Crazy. Who would have thought such a thing could be conceivable? But that's cool. Fantastic. Israel acknowledges loss of control momentarily at Gaza Aid Center. Frightening chaos at aid facility. Here we go. That is the... There is a thing that I'm looking for specifically. Here. Israel's army accused of deliberate massacre during aid site chaos. So they ended up shooting a bunch of fucking people at the aid site. Which makes sense that it ended up being fucking chaotic because, whoa, who would have thought that a bunch of people are really desperate to get a bunch of fucking food? Crazy. Whoa. Oh, I'm shocked. Whoa, crazy. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? Because they've been under siege for 11 weeks and people are fucking hungry. Gaza's government media office says Israel's military killed 3 Palestinians and wounded 46 others at a food distribution site in southern Rafah earlier. 7 other people are missing. The occupation forces positioned in or around those areas opened live fire on starving civilians who were lured to these locations under the pretense of receiving aid, the press office said in a statement. I wonder why the UN doesn't really think that the actions of this aid organization are not very conducive at all to, humanitarian outcomes. I wonder why, personally. The press office said in a statement, what happened today in Rafah is a deliberate massacre and a full-fledged war crime committed in cold blood against civilians weakened by over 90 days of siege-induced starvation. The office added This incident proves undeniable evidence of the Israeli occupation's total failure in managing the humanitarian catastrophe it has deliberately created. And seemingly at this point, yeah, like, this shit was meant to be used as a fucking honeypot to gather a bunch of Palestinians to, well, to fucking kill them. So, like, I don't understand why Israel is shocked about the fact that it was going to be chaotic. Of course it was going to be fucking chaotic. Like, they're desperate for fucking food, man. They've been under siege for 11 weeks. No shit, they're desperate for food. And that it would have been chaotic. Like, I feel like this is like one of those situations where it's like, so, oh, like, duh, obviously. Whoa, crazy. Who would have thought that this would have happened? Like, how the fuck do they not understand this? Oh, I know how. It's because, like, it's purposeful, like, it's malicious incompetence. That's what it is. This is done on purpose. Not because, like, the Israelis had, like, no idea. Like, oh, well, what do you mean? What happened? What happened? How could this happen? It's just like, bitch, don't give me any of this bullshit. You know exactly that this is going to happen. You probably planned for this to happen. Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit, bro. Nah. Take a look to see if there's any other... Because I know that recently, for the time being, I think Trump is trying to negotiate with Hamas, right? Young Palestinians are getting beat. And Israel... Oh, what's this? An Israel aid plan collapsed one day as thousands of starving Palestinians try to get food. Watch on Instagram. Restricted video. Not available in my country. Cringe. Unfortunate. On whose terms is he negotiating with? As far as I could tell, the Israelis are not present in these negotiations. So, I'm not really sure. Mapping Israel, woman and daughter. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Illegal settlements in the West Bank. Cool. Human shields. Where's the evidence of Hamas stealing Gaza aid? So this is pretty much the excuse that Israel constantly uses for trying to prevent aid from going into Gaza. Is, well, dude, if we, like, let the aid go in sort of, like, unimpeded, Hamas is totally going to, like, just heckin' Reno just steal that shit, dude, because they're stinky poo-poo heads. And it's just like, evidence? Yeah, there is none. There is no evidence. They just say it because, you know, fuck it. YOLO swag 420. Just blaze, you know. Heckin' wholesome, big chungus, super heckin' cool, epic style bros kind of a deal. Like, okay. There's, like, no evidence to suggest that, like, Hamas has been stealing any of the fucking aid at all. So it's just, like, it's just a fucking excuse for the Israelis to just keep, you know, keep up with the genocide and just keep attacking people, basically. Like, there's not, like, you know, we can, like, run, like, all the hypotheticals and stuff, like, for till you're fucking blue in the face. That's what this is all about. Like, it's all about just complete fucking the genocide of Palestinians. I said this before, but yeah, like, Trump, Hamas, negotiations, right? They're negotiating. U.S. negotiating Israel ceasefire with Hamas through American in Doha, right? This has been going on for a little while. Source says, critical back channel with the Israeli-American hostage Eden Alexander. Source said, Israel will begin conflict with Hamas in the Qatari capital. Oh, that's cool. I don't think we really know about any of, like, what the fuck is going on. I don't think so. Obviously, it's probably going to be focusing primarily on U.S. interests. Yeah, because I believe they got, like, right, they got Hamas as a result of this, like, as a show of good faith. What they did was basically, like, release the final, like, the final American hostage that they had. It was an Israeli-American, right? they released him as like a show of good faith in terms of the negotiations, right? To be like, hey Trump, you know, here you go, bud. It's just like,
Thank you very much, Hamas. Way better than what Israel is giving me, and they're being fucking useless when it comes to this shit.
so that's cool. Trump administration was also pleased on how the talks with Hamas to release Alexander, the last known living American hostage in Gaza, unfolded in the recent weeks. So that happened. So back to this. Where's the evidence of Hamas stealing Gaza aid? A veteran humanitarian aid worker says Israel should provide evidence that Hamas is stealing humanitarian relief. The reason Israel claims the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation must take over crucial food distribution for starving Palestinians. Hardin Lang from Refugees International is questioning the reasoning of the need for a new aid group. This is not set up to meet the needs of people. This it feels very much like it has been designed to locate people into the south of Gaza, into an area that has been designated by the Israelis as a humanitarian zone, as opposed to trying to meet the needs of a very desperate population. And that's pretty much the vibe that I'm getting. Like, I mean, they just shot a bunch of them, so, but, you know, cool. If the entire public narrative of this plan is because there's a strategic aid diversion by Hamas, it would be very helpful to have some evidence of that, said Lang. Israel's never going to provide any evidence of that because there probably is no evidence of this, because this is probably not happening, because, again, they just want to kill people. That's the point. That lowers, Hamas denies it is looting aid, and Lang said, even if it is true, the best way around it is to flood the zone with humanitarian aid. Right, because there's only so many Hamas operatives, they can only grab so much shit, right? So, exactly. That lowers prices on the black market and turns aid into a non-commodity from the perspective of controlling the community, he said. That's actually a really, really good point. If Hamas is stealing a bunch of shit, what's the likelihood that they're selling it on a marked up fucking price in order to have more money to buy more fucking, well, weapons and ammunition, right? Put in a ton of fucking aid, that's not as big of a problem because the demand's not going to be there. I don't know. I guess Israel could learn quite a lot from fucking Econ 101. Lang also noted that with so many wounded and malnourished Palestinians, it's impossible for most to walk long distances and carry back 20-kilogram boxes of aid to their families after waiting in long queues in the hot sun. So yeah, this is like the lines. Large crowds. So I guess this is what? Simple summary. We're closing this live page soon. Here's a recap of the day's major developments. Large crowds gathered in southern Rafah as the U.S. and Israel-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation opened its first aid distribution point, with 1,000 Palestinians storming past barricades in desperation for food after a 3-month blockade. Whoa, and Israel's like surprised by this because they're idiots. Israeli forces opened fire in a bid to disperse the crowd during the chaos, with Gaza's government media office saying Israel's military killed 3 people and wounded 46 others. The United Nations and other aid groups have roundly criticized the GHF's aid distribution models, saying it does not abide by humanitarian principles and could displace people farther from their homes. Because again, how many times have fucking... So instead of like Israel trying to do its like stupid leaflet strategy, which has not been working, you know, because they say that as like basically like a cover up, an excuse to be like, what do you mean? We've been telling those like damn Palestinians like what to do, and they just don't listen to us. Like, what the heck, dude? Like, bro, you can't hold this culpable for murdering all of them. And it's just like, dog, that's not how that fucking works, man. Like, people aren't not gonna want to fucking leave their homes. So it's silly, it's stupid. The United Nations and other aid groups I read that already. Israeli bombardment across Gaza continued, with at least 26 Palestinians killed, according to Gaza's health ministry. Yemen's Houthis claim responsibility for 2 missile attacks on Israel, saying they came in response to the storming of occupied East Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque compound a day earlier by Israeli settlers. Right, because, you know, the fucking Israeli, like, teenagers have, like, their dumbass little hate campaign thing where they're just like, we're gonna go in and we're gonna harass Palestinians, or murder them or something. I don't know. Some shit like that. Alright, cool. Back to the original sort of article, I suppose. They have warned that the system will particularly exclude those with mobility issues, force further displacement, expose thousands of people to harm, make aid conditional on political and military aims, and set an unacceptable precedent for aid delivery around the world. Israel says an alternative to the current aid system is needed to stop Hamas stealing aid, which the group denies doing. Because, just like we saw in the Al Jazeera article, if they want to have like this not be a problem, why deny the aid? Why let it be commodified? Stupid. But they're denying aid because they just want to kill people. Again, like, you know, the fascist proclivity of, I don't know, not being very intelligent. Who would have thought? In a statement sent to journalists on Monday night, JHF announced that it had commenced operations in Gaza and delivered truckloads of food to its secure distribution sites where distribution to the Gazan people have begun. More trucks with aid will be delivered on Tuesday, with the flow of aid increasing each day. Handout photos showing 3 lorries laden with pallets of supplies in an unspecified location, just over a dozen men carrying away boxes. BBC has asked GHF how many lorry loads of aid got in and how many people were able to pick up aid, but has not yet received a response. On Tuesday, the Israeli military said in a statement that 2 distribution sites located in the Tel al-Sultan neighborhood of Rafah in the Marag corridor, which separates the city from the rest of Gaza, had begun operating and distributing food to thousands of families. 100 Palestinians were seen queuing at the site at Tel al-Sultan, where food parcels were handed out by Palestinian workers. We stood in a long queue. We did not deal with the Israeli army or American staff, one recipient told a local journalist. A Palestinian working with one of the local companies involved in the operations that told the BBC that dozens of Palestinian workers from 3 Palestinian companies are overseeing the distribution process, which runs daily from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. I assume local time. The employee requested anonymity as he was not authorized to speak to the media. Added, the distribution is coordinated with 5 American security personnel who are present on site, but there are no Israelis involved in the process, but many Palestinians stayed away from the sites. Yeah, because they don't trust them, right? Why trust the random fucking American security personnel? Why are there American security personnel at an aid site? Seems kind of fucking weird. A displaced woman from the neighboring city of Khan Yunis expressed concern about having to cross Israeli military lines to collect aid from the DGHF's sites. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that also seems like a pretty fucking valid concern, saying like, dude, I don't want to fucking like cross into the potential fucking line of fire. They're just gonna fucking shoot at me. They'll just say like, oh, that's a Hamasling fucking killer or whatever the fuck. Yeah, that's what it's all fucking honeypot shit. It's a honeypot. We have no idea what awaits us there, whether we will return or be lost forever. We are being forced to risk our lives to feed our children, she told BBC's Arabic Middle East daily radio program. A man who said who was still living in Khan Yunis despite an Israeli evacuation order said he would refuse to accept American aid under these terms, and warned that it marked the beginning of a broader strategy of displacement. Yeah, it's also because they just want to put them to like another humanitarian zone, but are trying to use like food as the fucking bait. What's the likelihood that the Israelis just bomb the shit out of them once they're all gathered there? I'm willing to take bets on it. When asked to comment on the GHF's work by reporters in Geneva, a spokesman for the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, Jens Laker, said, "We do not participate in this modality for the reasons that we have given. It is a distraction from what is actually needed, which is the reopening of all crossings into Gaza, a secure environment within Gaza, and a faster facilitation of permissions and final approvals of all emergency supplies that we have just outside the border." Yeah, because, again, like I mentioned earlier, who has been the main sort of people that have been getting in the way of a lot of aid delivery? Oh, it's been the Israelis. It's been Netanyahu and stuff. So, whoa, crazy. Obviously, it's not going to be adequate. And, like, as always, whoa, crazy. I wonder why. People might be thinking, I don't know, dude, this seems like a little kind of sus. Seems a little weird, you know? Maybe that this is just also another part of, like, the plan behind, like, more displacement. But, you know, I guess this is, like, the new, like, humanitarian site. That's not an actual humanitarian site because, again, Israel lies all the fucking time. So, yeah, like you're saying, Boy Mutuni, Israel drops bombs. Also, Israel. Why aren't they accepting the aid? They're so ungrateful. Yeah, exactly. I wonder why. Under the GHF's mechanism, Palestinians must collect boxes containing food and basic hygiene items for their families from 4 distribution sites in southern and central Gaza. The sites will be secured by American contractors with Israeli troops patrolling the perimeters. To access them, Palestinians were expected to have to undergo identity checks and screening for involvement with Hamas. Sure, man. UN and other aid agencies have insisted that they will not cooperate with any scheme that fails to respect fundamental humanitarian principles. Jan Egeland, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council and a former UN humanitarian chief, has described the GHF as militarized, privatized, and politicized. Yeah, because again, why the fuck are there Israeli patrols and these fucking random, goddamn, stupid-ass fucking, Israeli patrols around? Dude, Hamas is not going to make a break for the fucking aid. You know what you can do? Just flood the zone, flood the area with a ton of fucking aid, and then this is not a fucking problem anymore. But Israel doesn't want to do that because they just want to trap a bunch of people and just, like, either, like, kill them or continue with their military operations, the fucking genocide. So that's pretty much the point. And because the only reason, again, the reason why the term politicized is used here is because Benjamin Netanyahu is facing a lot of pressure by the Trump administration to do something, right? Because he wants to get, like, he wants to be the deal maker, you know, Trump's current autistic fixation. He's I'm a dealer, I'm a stealer, I'm a feeler, I'm a memer. I'm really good at making deals. And, like, Benjamin Netanyahu's, like, getting in the way of that constantly. It pisses Trump off. The people behind it are military, ex-CIA, ex-security people. There's a security firm that is going to work closely with one party up to the armed conflict, the Israeli Defense Forces, he told the BBC on Monday. They will have some hubs where people will be screened according to the needs of the one side in this conflict, Israel. How much you want to bet Eric Prince is involved? What, Blackwater? I don't know, maybe. We cannot have a party to the conflict decide where, how, and who will get the aid, he added. On Saturday night, Jake Wood resigned as GHF's executive director, saying the group's aid distribution system could not work in a way that would be able to fulfill the principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. I know this. The executive director is resigning. Did he have, like, no say in, like, what the fuck is going on? That is interesting that he fucking resigned. The GHF's board rejected the criticism, accusing those who benefit from the status quo of being more focused on tearing this apart rather than getting on getting aid in. Then why are you working with, like, these fucking military contractors in the IDF to help with the distribution of aid? It's a little strange, right? And you're only doing this through, like, pre-approved, like, Israeli, like, checkpoints and areas and, like, probable designations of humanitarian zones. Seems a little sus. Seems a little weird. It said the system was fully consistent with humanitarian principles and would defeat a million Palestinians, just under half the population, by the end of the week. John Ackery, a former senior manager at USAID, the U.S. government agency responsible for administering foreign aid, has been named interim executive director. Hamas has warned Palestinians to not cooperate with GHF systems, saying it would replace order with chaos, enforce a policy of engineered starvation of Palestinian civilians, and use food as a weapon during wartime. I kind of have to agree with Hamas on this one, you know, like, just like we saw before. Like, whoa. Chaos inevitably happened because the population was fucking desperate. So that's really funny. GHF's statement alleged that Hamas had also made death threats targeting and aid groups supporting humanitarian operations at GHF's safe distribution sites and efforts to block the Gazan people from accessing aid at the sites. Yeah, this is a fucking honeypot. This is a fucking op, dude. Op. This is op. Why would Hamas make the fucking death threats? What reasoning would they have to do that, right? They're just like, oh, okay, cool. People are getting aid? Whatever. Sure. Cool, man. Fantastic. Yeah, this is some fucking honeypot shit. Israel imposed a total blockade on humanitarian aid on Gaza the 2nd of March and resumed its military offensive, ending a 2-month ceasefire with Hamas. It said the steps were meant to put pressure on the armed group to release the 58 hostages still held in Gaza, up to 23 of whom are believed to be alive. Yeah, because Israel bombed most of them. On the 19th of May, the Israeli military launched an expanded offensive that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said would see troops take control of all areas of Gaza. The plan reportedly includes completely clearing the north of civilians and forcibly displacing them to the south, which is what the fucking food is supposed to do, displace them to the fucking south. Yeah. Yeah. Using food as a weapon of war. Very cool. Netanyahu said Israel would temporarily ease the blockade and allow a basic amount of food into Gaza to prevent a famine, following pressure from allies in the U.S. Since then, Israeli authorities say they have allowed at least 665 lorry loads of humanitarian aid, including flour, baby food, medical supplies, into Gaza. However, the head of the UN's World Food Program warned on Sunday that the aid was only a drop in the bucket of what was needed in the territory to reverse the catastrophic levels of hunger amid significant shortages of basic foods and skyrocketing prices. 500,000 people face starvation in the coming months, according to an assessment by the UN-backed Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, IPC. Israel launched a military campaign in response to October 7th, where a bunch of people got killed. Okay, cool. Lovely. Yeah, whoa, who would have thought that the Israeli-backed sort of aid distribution site was a fucking honeypot the whole time? No, I'm shocked. Who would have thought that this would have what? Oh my god, I am shocked. I am dismayed. I am surprised that this happened. Whoa, crazy. Like, is anyone else really surprised about this? I pretty much knew as soon as I saw, like, oh, yeah, these guys are, like, approved by the IDF. They're approved by Israel. It's just like, I don't trust that shit. Don't trust it. I don't fucking believe it. Because, again, why the fuck would Israel fucking approve of these motherfuckers in particular? Oh, because, you know, at this point, given a lot of the fucking stuff that's happened, especially with the chaos and the crowds, like, I still don't understand how, like, Israel is fucking surprised about the fact that, oh, I can't believe that chaos fucking happened. Like, you starved people for about 11 weeks, of course, that they got fucking desperate. Like, no shit. Doy? Like, whoa, what a shock. They got desperate for fucking food because they've been getting starved. Like, am I supposed to be surprised about this? But, yeah, you know, we love Israel, folks, don't we? We love the fact that they decided to do a honeypot in order to fucking, starve a bunch of Palestinians, don't we, folks? We love that very much for them. So, yeah, this shit, honeypot, can't be fucking trusted, full of shit, and, it's great to see that, you know, I suppose that we have to now, sort of deal with, like, the sort of consequences of, like, the genocide, where now, well, fucking food is being used as, like, a weapon of war. But, you know, as expected of the Israeli offensive forces, they want to do everything possible in order to kill as many Palestinians as possible. Yeah, shocker, I know. Nice. I'm going to eat more hummus. I'm going to open up a hummus store and sell hummus. specifically to Benjamin Netanyahu. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to Netanyahu and be like, "You want some hummus, bro?" And I'm gonna leave. That's what I'm gonna do. Be like, "Bro, want some hummus, bro?" That's about it. That's gonna be my plan. It's a genius plan. Nothing could possibly go wrong with this plan, obviously. Alright, time to look at the volcanoes. I need to make sure that I'm going to get a bunch of extra low density structures. Now. I think it's time for me to start making a bunch of legendary, time to make a bunch of legendary, Husham Whatsits. Well, a bunch of legendary, space stuff. Well, specifically this stuff, because well, you need low density structures, you need low density structures, and you need low density structures. Everything else we have. Steel. Electrical engines. And then we can upgrade our fucking gotcha platforms and processing units. We're making legendary thrusters, folks. Very cool. Our ships are gonna go so fast, folks. They're gonna go so fast. They're gonna be the fastest. We love playing gambling. We love gambling, don't we, folks? We're gonna just go do 3 rows of LDS. We like the troll. What the glare? What the skibbity? What the riz? Man, that is a lot of legendary iron. And that is also a lot of legendary LDS that we already have. Alright, I'm gonna fucking 2 times this bitch. Alright. I suppose it's like a tradition of political commentators to eventually engage with a Jubilee video. I suppose. I mean, to be honest, I don't really want to engage. I didn't really want to engage much with like a lot of Jubilee videos because I often see like I do not like the style and the format of Jubilee. I'll be honest. It's like superly stupid, like overly commodified dreck that ultimately I don't think like really achieves the like purposes for as to what like I don't know anything wants. I don't think it's a right-wing op, Boy Meets Mini. I think it's just more sort of the problems of like commodified fucking media kind of a deal. Like it's like modern day debate and stuff like that, where it's just like, oh, they're trying to have like heckin' based epic convo arenas, but it's all like for the express purpose of trying to make like a profit, generally speaking. And we wanted to have like discussions about like highly charged political topics and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, like the environment of a debate format like this, I don't think is really conducive because like 20 dudes and there's like one person. I think it's just like a complete fucking shit show fest. And like again, Look at the cucked lefty complaining about commodified media, I guess. Aw, man. Fucking sue me, dude. Whoa. It turns out the over-commodification of media and stuff like that's actually kind of bad, guys. And is not very conducive to good educational outcomes. But the funniest part about this is this video used to be called a Christian versus 20 atheists. And now it's called Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists. Like, where's the, let me see what the form, I should have probably prepped this. This would have been a smart thing for me to do is, what, Jordan Peterson. Alright, Jordan Peterson, because, like, it got changed to, because it used to be a Christian versus versus 20 atheists, and then it got changed to Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists. And the reason for this is because and I wholeheartedly believe this, by the way. I think it's Jordan Peterson is the main guy who pushed for this, to be fucking honest. Why? It should be fairly obvious. Because, dude, like, think about it for, like, literally 3 seconds. Jordan Peterson is the dude who can't be committed to any position whatsoever. His whole shtick is to basically exist in this sort of, like, a superposition of being a conscientious objector, or whatever. And the whole thing is that if he is committed to any fucking position, right? If he's have to be held to account to any fucking position, and here's like the title change, by the way. One Christian versus 20 atheists featuring Jordan Peterson. It got changed like 4 hours later because he got fucking cooked. And it became Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists. But yeah, back to what I was saying. He's forced to sort of like have this like superposition as a conscientious objector where, well, you know, I exist in a position where I just simply have problems with a lot of like different things, and you know, I have a lot of like criticisms of you know, intonations in Western college, like Western society and stuff like that, and blah blah blah. You know, he'll do like a whole like bluster spiel about like Western civilization or some shit, and he can't commit to any position because if he commits to any fucking position, the whole fucking thing kind of collapses in on itself because of the simple fact that, whoa, if he is forced to have to defend any like moral or ethical fucking position, that causes fucking problems for him because of the fact that, hey, now he has to defend the sort of associated baggage with a lot of those systems that, you know, he purports to support or defend. And Jordan Peterson can't have any of that because, again, well, he's the conscientious philosophical objector. Like, his whole shtick started from his sort of, look at me going after C-16, which is a bill which has never been enforced, like, ever. There's, like, maybe, like, one sort of, like, funny-looking case where it happened, and now, because of this sort of like position as like this objector that he has sort of built a niche for himself, he can never answer any questions when he's asked. He will always do the thing where it's just like, well, I mean, you may like think that particular thing about me, or like, I just need to understand that you have to be able to give your definitions for a thing because, you know, what does this thing mean? And the only reason why he does that all the time is to fucking obfuscate from the fact that in reality, he believes in a lot of bad shit. Let's be honest here. He is a Christian. He just wants to not be one because he doesn't want to deal with the associated baggage with being a fucking Christian. That's the fucking problem. But, you know, let's see. Starting off, I think, with the banger clip that basically, I think, perfectly captures like Jordan Peterson in a nutshell. And he gets mad about it. He gets real fucking triggered about it and doesn't want to answer to this fucking kid's fucking goddamn questions. Because of course, The kid fucking perfectly calls him out as a dude who doesn't believe in anything.
You're a Christian. You say that. I haven't claimed that. Oh, what is this? Is this Christian versus atheist? Don't be a smartass. Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it? You're really quite something. You are. But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian. Okay, I'm done with him.
That is perfect. That is how you should engage with someone like Jordan Peterson. Because he doesn't believe in anything. He believes in absolutely fucking nothing. Perfect. That clocks him 100 fucking percent. Because he doesn't believe in anything. Because of the fucking superposition. Literally, if I were to fucking goddamn describe Jordan Peterson, it's this meme. It's literally this. This is Jordan Peterson. This is Jordan Peterson.
Time to listen up, you silly liberal fruitcakes.
Oh, he's mad.
It's to be a striver, a crusader.
We should call trans women she.
Guys, if I believe in basically everything, you know. Whoa! I don't have to fucking be accountable to any position if I just believe everything, guys. Actually, that's not 100% true for fucking Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson, I believe, has only one belief, and that is like a sort of like schizophrenic fear of communism. I think that's the one only consistent position that I think Jordan Peterson maintains. Because what he himself has also said in interviews that, like, yeah, I keep a bunch of communist memorabilia in my house to constantly act as a reminder of the enemy. Yeah. It's Jordan Peterson. It's literally him. Because you don't believe in anything. He believes in nothing. Praise be the superposition of ideology. Praise be. Hallelujah. Yeah, white people do be like that. Cool. Lovely. Fantastic. Let's continue.
Hello there. I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson. I'm a clinical psychologist, a professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, an author, a podcaster, public speaker, and today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists.
That's 25.
My first claim, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
I'm trying to think, like, of this first claim. So, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. What does he mean by this? That atheists don't have, like, a definition for us, like, what is God? This is so fucking weird because, again, like, he says that he's not a Christian. But he's supposed to be the fucking Christian, yet he has a problem with the atheists rejecting God. This is what I mean by, bro, he believes in nothing.
Good afternoon, Dr. Peterson.
How are you doing?
So this claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the magisterium and biblical hermeneutics. Like, I was thoroughly in it. And it seems like I do know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study about this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Well, you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood. Your aim was off then. So there's always the possibility that it's still off now.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out.
But then it seems kind of like this no true Scotsman type of fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and how they understand those aims to be. How is it that you can claim that people...
The Jordan Peterson classic. He loves this fucking fallacy. Because he's a fucking pseudo-intellectual who fucking believes that he's smarter than everyone else around him.
People don't know something that you know about their life despite not having met them?
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheists claim that there's no God. It's a generic claim. In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience with atheists is twofold. Is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God, let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition, and they've often been hurt by someone who was religious or by the religious enterprise, or perhaps by God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with an animus.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism is. You've defined religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetype, having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism, to you, is a very specific type of, like, three people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with the perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
Well, let's start with your claim. How do you define the God that you're rejecting? Like, what is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that on...
So here's the classic of Jordan Peterson constantly. He loves asking people for definitions as, like, a sort of way to, well, not be able to stake any claim. To not... Because, again, here the shtick with fucking Jordan Peterson is the fact that he has to sort of be in the superposition of conscientious objector, where he can't fucking believe in anything, because if he does start believing in things, well, you know, he starts to have some fucking problems, right? Because if he starts to believe in something, you know, as like most people would do, he would have to answer those questions. And those questions may be tough for him to answer. Because, you know, his whole thing is that he's just a pseudo-intellectual. He's just a grifter who wants to pretend to be smarter than everyone else. That's it.
Satisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, is somehow involved in the matters of this world, and that we look to them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems
Well,
like...
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other. The mere fact of communication presumes a commonality of assumption and definition. And it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious. So that's not a real claim. Let me give you an example. For example, there's a sub-narrative in the story of Moses where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God. Okay? And that's one of the ways that God is characterized in the Old Testament stories.
Yes.
Now, Moses is a faithful servant of God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
One possible interpretation.
It's the case within the confines of the story, obviously.
Obviously. When we look at the Bible can't precisely say anything because there are so many different exegetical and hermeneutic views of this particular book, and that everybody has disagreed historically on. It seems like even the most benign detail about a book this big, and it seems like you can only say that the Bible says something if you first presuppose that it's univocal.
So your claim essentially is that Moses in the Old Testament plays the role of a villain or is irrelevant? Because the alternative claim is that he's good.
Because we can't talk to those authors.
If you are going to start with the presupposition that there's nothing I can say about any of these stories,
Guys, okay, this is why I never really like all these like fucking religion debates constantly, because it's something that's always going to be incredibly subjective, and it just comes down purely to interpretation. Like, what does a particular person think about this interpretation of like this particular part of the text in scripture, or blah 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 blah. You can like do the whole like fucking rigmarole of I know, well, I think it's like this. Well, I think it's like this. Well, I think it's this. It could be this or some shit. You know, it becomes like a whole fucking meme.
Stories that you're not going to disagree with from the perspective that there are multiple potential competing claims, then I can't speak with you.
So we also have a short time here, so I want to get to the core of what you're arguing here, and I'd love if we could...
The core of what I'm arguing is that atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So I'm trying to give you an example of what's being rejected and its complexity. Okay, so God rewards Moses with a glimpse of the divine. So this is a definition of the God that atheists are hypothetically rejecting.
A possible one.
I said
Yeah.
I didn't say the. I said
That is possible, yes.
Okay, so despite the fact that Moses is a stellar character and he's had a long and difficult life and can withstand a lot of difficulty and travail, God puts him between two cliffs. So he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back. Okay, so the implication of that story is that the divine is fundamentally unknowable. It's a pinnacle experience, and that people in their finitude have to be shielded from a comprehensive vision of the basis of reality. Well, that's not the God that's defined in that manner, right? It's not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man in the sky. It's something that, in its essence, is unknowable and overwhelming. And that isn't, in my experience, the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story. I mean, it's the same claim, for example, that you're a finite creature, and that you face something that, in the final analysis, is unknowable, and that you
hold on. Have atheists ever made that claim that, like, well, I mean, that's like the popular sort of a sort of like interpretation of like what God looks like in media, that he's like an old fucking man. Have like atheists, broadly speaking, have they made the claim that God looks like just like an old ass man? Right? Like, those are like what the memes look like, because that's how popular media interprets God looking like. They interpret him as like, I don't know, some fucking old ass dude in a beanbag chair who has like crazy amounts of fucking power, right? That's media interpretations of God, right? I don't think that's like a thing that atheists are broadly speaking. Like, what is like the atheist argument of like what I assume probably gets gotten into here.
You have to establish a relationship with it, regardless of your inability to perceive or even withstand perceiving the whole. Okay, is there a problem with that?
And the problem is that when we look at, famously, when you've been asked, do you believe in God, the question becomes, what do we mean by God? And in the Bible, it's not even clear the biblical authors know what God is, because Yahweh has historically emerged from an early storm God, a deity that doesn't exhaust the category of deity, and has changed over the Old Testament. Does God have physicality? Does God not have physicality? It seems like, yes, if you define religion to mean anybody that has an aim, anybody that looks at the unknown, anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is inherently religious, then yes, but also in the same way, I could define atheist as somebody who doesn't dogmatically believe in a religion, or somebody who doesn't regularly attend religious services or belong to a denomination. To help especially the audience, kind of like boil this down, there's a lot of words there. The central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite. A central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
No, I said that we were finite and we had to establish a relationship with the infinite.
Yeah, and in that case, then we're all religious. But then I can do the same thing and define one particular element of atheism. It seems like we both have a reductive view of what the other side looks like, to the point where a conversation seems incoherent, not just incoherent, but not in the way that the average Christian understands Christianity to be.
Do you have a problem with
there? Sorry, you voted out by the majority.
This is why I do not like Jubilee, because they just get like randomly voted out, even though like they were actually trying to get somewhere there, you know. I guess this is my sort of like main gripe that I have with like Jubilee. So I guess like overall, the sort of idea here is just like, hey man, like we're just kind of like talking past one another, which is fine for Jordan Peterson's sort of like shtick because, again, he's okay with constantly talking past another fucking dude and just like never agreeing on like any definitions because again, he can't commit to believing in anything actually. That's like the sort of like, you know, shtick of Jordan Peterson. I've seen God and she's a woman and looks like Gravemind from Halo. Yeah, you can just say that. And no one else can prove otherwise, right? I can say that God is black or some shit. You know, like the stupid dumbass like liberal meme of like, I met God, she's black or some shit, right? We can do that, right? No one's stopping me from doing that. Fuck it.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, David. David, good to see you. Tell me everything that you know about the Polynesian deity Lono, L-O-N-O. I don't know anything about the Polynesian deity Lono. So you're rejecting something without knowledge of what you're rejecting. I'm not rejecting it. No more than I'm rejecting anything that I don't know anything about. Do you believe in Lono? Do you believe that he is a deity that exists in the world, exists in the universe, exists in the existence of everything? Do you believe that Lono is a deity? I'll answer that question once you answer my question, which is, do I reject everything that I'm ignorant of? Because that's your presupposition that undergirds your argument. And unless you can prove that that's valid, then there's no point. My question is quite simple. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's formulated accurately. Do you believe that Lono exists?
Another classic of Jordan Peterson, you know, just having like annoying little fucking gripes about particular people's fucking questions to avoid answering the fucking question because he doesn't want to answer any questions constantly.
Yes or no? I'm not going to answer that question for the reasons I just described. You already insisted that if I reject something, that if I'm ignorant of something, I reject it. Do you think that everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true? I think in order for your argument to be true, in order for it to be true that we atheists don't understand what we're rejecting, then you need to also apply that to yourself and to Christians and to Muslims and to any other person on this earth where if you don't understand what you're rejecting the belief in, then you can't.
Uh-oh, you're trying to hold Jordan... debater, you're doing the thing. Trying to hold Jordan Peterson to a standard. That's the biggest mistake of all because, again, Jordan Peterson doesn't want to be held to any standards. Again, it's all about maintaining the fucking superposition where, like, he can believe in everything and nothing and, like, somehow everything, something, nothing, maybe something, kind of, maybe, whatever the fuck, everything at the same time, right?
Can't reject the belief in it. That's the implication of your I didn't say that I rejected the belief in Lono. I said I don't know who Lono was. I didn't say anything about rejecting.
That's because I've asked you several times and you haven't. But let me get to my even greater point. You're saying atheists don't understand what religion is or what God is in order to be able to reject it fully or completely. We have someone over here who studied it in their own way. I've studied religion. I have a degree in religious studies, specialty in Christianity and Mediterranean traditions. And further than that, beyond me, Pew Research studies suggest that atheists and agnostics actually know more about religion and about religious stories, the foundational principles, than believers.
That's because they're more religious than they think they are.
Okay.
They're concerned with deep matters, and one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in religious direction is that they're concerned with deep matters.
Okay.
In fact, it's virtually definition.
Right, but they also have to identify with a religious tradition and accept the foundational stories that go along.
Well, that would mean more that they're sectarian than that they're religious. And most people, for example, in the United States, deny that they're religious but accept that they're spiritual.
Pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Nice to meet you.
How are you doing? What's your name?
I'm Greg. Nice to meet you. Okay, so I feel like you're getting at this idea of polysemy, where we have multiple related meanings for a word, right? Like, for example, a famous...
Yeah, like, again, like I said, this is another thing that Jordan Peterson fucking will do. He will just kind of, like... Because he didn't really engage with what's being said there, right? Like, how does he know exactly of, like, this particular... What was it? Lono, was it? I think was the god. And he... I guess technically speaking, did he, like, reject Lono? No, he just said he, like, doesn't know anything about Lono or some shit. It's one of those things where it's just like, whatever.
Painting can be emotionally moving in that it changes my emotional state. And when I was on the highway coming here to the studio, I was physically moving. I was changing my position. If I said, I believe the Mona Lisa is very moving, and you said, you don't really understand what you're saying, it's nailed to the wall, I would say that you're the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying, not the other way around. And the way that relates to this is there are many concepts of God, and I'll admit, I find a lot of what you say about that interesting. I'm familiar with it. The idea of this kind of Jungian hierarchical thing, or as a metaphor, or a symbol, or the kind of, atheist, materialist, literalist idea of agentic, omnipotent, omniscient being that intervenes in reality, right? So when I'm saying that I reject the concept of God, I'm aware of these other definitions of God, but I think that when we use words, we tend to only imply one meaning at a time. So the same way that I would say the Mona Lisa is moving emotionally, but I would not say it's moving physically. I would say I reject the concept of God in this very literal way. But
what literal way?
The way that God is this omniscient, omnipotent, agentic, supernatural being that sent his son down and has, caused miracles and all these things like that. The idea of God is...
Do you think that there's an underlying unity of things?
Could you explain that question?
Well, scientists, for example, believe that science unifies in a comprehensive theory. Do you? Yes? No? Or there are multiple competing truths? Those are the options. Either things unify or there are multiple competing truths.
I think that I know that, for example, like in physics, people are looking for like a theory of everything.
And why do you think they're doing that?
It's interesting. It's helpful.
But they also believe that there's an underlying unity to things.
In a sense, yeah. Like, I mean, like the material world and time and space are probably governed by universal laws and principles.
Partly that, yes, yes. But that the same thing might extend to a broader domain that would include imagination and value.
Could you help me connect that to the prompt?
I'm trying to define God, the God that I don't think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here's another question for you. What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you're saying to me is true?
Can we go back? Can we say what we were talking about?
We are.
Okay.
You're just uncomfortable with the question.
No, I feel like you're just kind of throwing different spaghetti at the wall.
I'm not.
Okay.
I asked you a very
I think he's kind of like throwing a bunch of different spaghetti on the wall.
specific question. What is it that you think guides you when you're talking to me to help you determine whether what you say is true?
Logic, memory, reasoning, sensory information.
How do you distinguish that from being governed by something that's false?
An interesting question.
How do you know the difference when you speak between what's true and what's false? So you can imagine
infer, right? I can infer.
From what principles?
So, and what are you getting at?
I'm getting at the fact that your conscience guides you. Is that reasonable?
Conscience is defined by my empathy and my reason, or my foundation.
Find it any way you want.
Okay, so that's how I'm defining my conscience. Is my conscience is my sense of
right
and
wrong.
wrong. Yeah, exactly.
Where does that come?
Yeah, so here's the whole fucking like rigmarole, kind of Jordan Peterson stuff, where he's just like, I'm just gonna ask a bunch of questions, because he's trying to get to like I suppose this is Jordan Peterson engaging in the classic the Socratic method, right? He's engaging in the Socratic method to try to like get at what I suppose Greg here believes. Like, I don't know, like trying to get down to like the sort of like whole reasoning for as to why this man how he thinks and how he like believes in things is just like, I don't know. I don't really see like where the relevance kind of comes in. I mean, is he gonna get like voted off or something? I don't know. That's like another problem that I have with this particular format is if a thing gets engaged with, a dude can just get like voted off immediately before it's just like, well, I wanted that to fucking finish, dude. But that's like a main criticism of like the sort of format, I suppose.
Come from?
I would say that comes from an evolved capacity to empathize and a recognition of the benefits of engaging with and nurturing that capacity. And then that empathy is constrained and guided by reason, right? Like, for example, I'm driving down the highway, there's a kitten in the road. I'm going to empathetically feel, oh my God, I want to save the kitten, but then reasonably, like, I'm going to get hit by a car, right? So that's sort of the process through which I make ethical decisions.
Okay, do you think that people can differ in their response to something empathically?
Yeah.
Is there a mediating principle that can tell you one person who's empathic and another person who's empathic that disagree? Who's correct?
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we'd have to talk it out, right? We do that in real life all the time when we have, whether it's a discussion with a friend about the right thing to do in a situation, whether that's a policy discussion about law, right? That's where we can converse with each other, think about things, explain our perspectives, and then kind of reach a conclusion, right? I think we do it all the time.
So Elijah, the prophet Elijah, defined God in the Old Testament as the voice of conscience within.
Okay.
That's a definition.
So you're saying by that definition of God, I see this kind of goes back to what I'm saying.
I'm not defining it. Elijah defined
it.
Okay,
so as Elijah defines God.
It's defined that way in Jonah too.
Okay, so as
Cardinal Newman also defined it that way.
I'm sure you know many people who define it that way. And it's impressive. You're a very knowledgeable person.
I'm not trying to be impressive. I'm just pointing out to you how God is defined in the Old Testament.
All right. So to respond to that,
Jordan, just like was brought up fucking earlier, there's a lot of different interpretations of the Old Testament. Boy meets Minnie, how many versions of the fucking Bible exist? How many? Countless? Probably hundreds, if not thousands of versions of the Bible. So, Jordan, you are committing to a particular definition of a particular Bible, right? You just mentioned some people, right? That's the thing. Plus, it depends on the language and the time period. Guys, it's almost as if like basing a lot of like sort of like definitions of like what this all-knowing, omnipotent being is might be kind of hard given all the fucking interpretations of it, especially since it's mostly been interpretations by man that have done it. But I
do think there are lots of interesting ways to define God, and that goes back to my.
Then how do we specify what we're arguing about?
We use context clues, or again, it goes back to my.
You were just specific in a definition. Okay, whatever.
Example, I'm defining God as conscience.
Okay, so that's interesting, but then you're kind of expanding the meaning of God.
No, I'm not. That's how.
The most canon is the one that one king of England made so that he could. Oh, it's that's King George. That's King George the VIII, I think, right? I think that's King George the VIII is what you're referring to there, AJ.
How it's defined in the Old Testament,
okay,
in Elijah and in Jonah.
Sure,
it's not whoever. Elijah is one of the major Old Testament prophets. Right. He's equal in stature to Moses.
Okay,
so it's not arbitrary.
All right, so that
Henry VIII. Thank you.
But it's not relevant to the context with which I'm using the term God.
It's directly relevant. Atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. You accept conscience as a guide, and conscience is one of the defining characteristics of God in the Old Testament.
I think you're being intellectually disingenuous.
In what way?
Because
I asked you if you believe that conscience guided you.
You just asked me a question, and then you stopped me from answering it. In this setting, you understand the way I'm using the term God and belief.
Not in the least. I don't understand how you're using it in the least. That's why I'm trying to define it. My definition of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of God that you hypothetically disbelieve in.
It's irrelevant to the fault lines of this debate.
How is it irrelevant?
Because in common parlance, when we're talking about atheist, God, belief, not belief,
I don't care about common parlance. I'm trying to get to something fundamental.
I think your point is irrelevant to the way that people tend to use these words. Your point that there are these polysemous ideas of God.
You did.
So yeah, this is the Jordan fucking Peterson classic. He's trying to get to like a root fundamental when he doesn't really have to like get like the dude already talked about how he thinks about and believes in fucking things, you know? But Jordan Peterson doesn't want to say that he actively rejects it because, again, like I said before, he would have to fucking commit to a position. That's the fucking problem. And then guess what? If he commits to a position, like I said before, crazy. Whoa. He would have to answer questions about that position that he's staking a claim on, of which he can't really do. And if he didn't commit to that position, he would lose his evangelical audience. Bingo.
Specific point that God was associated with conscience.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into the semantic fog.
I'm not retreating at all. I'm advancing, sir. You are retreating.
Jordan, you retreat into the fucking goddamn semantic fog all the time. Again, that's how you maintain your fucking audience. Because again, when it comes to Jordan, it's all about audience retention and capture. He's not being very honest here.
Well, it was very nice
Yes,
to
nice
meet
to
you.
meet you. Yeah, it's very brave of you to do this. My next claim is that morality and purpose cannot be found within science.
Where's Mr. Canada?
How you doing, man?
Morality and purpose cannot be found within science. Why not? Why do you need... Okay, I guess, like, I would sort of attack, like, the opposite of that claim. Why does it have to be found in religion? Right? Why does it have to be found... what he's saying isn't exact. Is not inaccurate, right? It is kind of true. Science is like doesn't really care as much about like morality and purpose. Yeah, you can yes, like you're saying, you can logically justify atrocities, but the thing is like, why do you have to use religion in order to find morality and purpose? Plenty of atheists can find morality and purpose. So, we can find morality and purpose without science. I think the term science there is being used as a little bit of a red herring. Like, I don't think it has any relevance at all in terms of, like, morality or purpose. Because, like, for example, I don't know, you can just be like, oh, I believe in these things because I think it is correct to believe in these things because I think it's, like, logically consistent with what I want to produce within the world or some shit. That's like a moral claim, right? You could say like, I'm for good things and against bad things. You know, that's like really, really fucking simplified and like stupid, but you can just say that. There's no like scientific basis for that claim or whatever. But that's a moral position, you know. You can say like, oh, I'm for abortion because I am, in favor of a woman's right to choose. That's not, like, founded within science, but it's a moral claim, right? And you can have the purpose of, I will fight for abortion rights because of, I think, like, the idea that a woman's right to choose being attacked by evangelicals or whatever, or the state, I think is just an unjustifiable thing, right? And that's like a moral claim. There is purpose within that claim, right? That's fine. You can say those things. But, with Jordan, I don't know. I think the term science here is a bit of a red herring, because I don't think you need science to have morality and purpose. But I guess it's like the claim is cannot be found within science. I mean, you can use science to basically, like, justify a lot of fucking shit, right? I don't know.
You're doing great, Brian. I think it's interesting that you say that morality and purpose can't be found in science. Actually, sure. Purpose, I actually grant you, because purpose is subjective, right? Unless you want to boil it down to the purpose of life is just to procreate, right? Sure, whatever. Morality is actually something that we do see. We actually have examples of Neanderthals and older individuals found in the tribe, missing an arm, missing teeth, still alive somehow in his 40s, 50s, right? Typically, you're a Neanderthal, you can't eat, you can't hunt, you die, right? But we know that members of the tribe take care of him, right? So we know that at some level, early in our evolutionary history, we actually developed altruism. We have examples of chimpanzees who actually have a basic understanding of fairness, right? If you give a chimpanzee 2 grapes, right, and his buddy gets right, he actually freaked out, right? But you give both chimps 3 grapes and they're good. We have examples of parrots.
Except for the greedy chimps.
Except for the greedy
They
chimps.
want 4 grapes.
They want 4 grapes. Those do exist, right? But we have similar examples where we do animal tests, right? And
so morality is intrinsic.
I think
so. It precedes science.
I think that actually a better way to define it would be that social animals, which we are, right, require some level of morality or
into what? I'm not disagreeing.
Sure.
Why do they require that?
Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive, right?
That's my point with regards to science. Thank you very much.
Is that
precisely the point that you just made? That science.
Did he just say effective altruism? Let me listen to that again. didn't quite catch that.
Right? If you give a chimpanzee 2 grapes, right, and his buddy gets 3, right? He actually freaks out, right? But you give both chimps 3 grapes, and they're good. We have examples of parrots.
Except for the greedy chimps.
Except for the greedy
They
chimps.
want 4 grapes.
They want 4 grapes. You know, those do exist, right? But we have similar examples where we do animal tests, right? And
so morality is intrinsic.
I think.
So it precedes science.
I think that actually
right?
a better way to define it would be that social animals, which we are, right, require some level of morality or.
Into what? I'm not disagreeing.
Sure.
Why do they require that?
Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive, right?
That's my point with regards to science. Thank you very much.
Is that?
Precisely the point that you just made, that science has to exist within a moral framework that isn't in itself scientific.
How's it not scientific?
Well, because it's not derived from the scientific process, as you just indicated. My point is,
hang on a second. We are social animals and we need that to exist as a group.
I agree,
right?
but you pointed to the morality of Neanderthals, to the morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science.
They don't need to.
That's my point.
Science explains it.
No, science doesn't explain morality.
It doesn't explain how social animals would need to be.
Well, that's a complicated question.
But we see it though.
Yeah, but explaining the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you're asking why does this happen?
Yes, that's more accurate.
Because we're social animals.
Yeah, but there's more to it than that.
Is there?
Sure. For example, so we're moral animals that have a sense of the future.
Sure.
Okay, that makes us unique, and that structures our morality.
No, actually, there are other animals that can predict the future.
Not really.
No, tigers. Actually, there was a tiger at the SFZoo that killed somebody. And so actually, no. Kids threw shit at the tiger. The tiger actually plotted its escape, and it found the kids.
I'm not saying that animals can't think.
Okay,
no, but they can
here.
see the future.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Voted out by the majority.
Thank you, man.
Good man. Yeah.
I don't know. That didn't really get anywhere. I'll be quite honest. Like, yeah. Animals have morality, I guess, or something? I'm not really sure, honestly.
How are you doing, man?
Luke, nice to meet you. Luke. So your claim that morality and purpose can only be found in science is a little shaky because I think that your claim is really being framed to be morality and purpose can only be found in religion. Is that how you're kind of framing it?
I would say that the domain of religion is the domain of morality and purpose. Yes, exactly. And also that science is actually structured, at least in part, technically, to eliminate such.
Yeah, I think that's already like a perfect way to sort of attack this, is because, yeah, Jordan Peterson thinks that morality can only be found within religion. That's the whole fucking thing, right? When that's just not the case, right? I'm not religious, and I just stake the like moral claim on like abortion. Just, you know, random example that I just like came up with, right? And that's a moral claim, you know. You can derive purpose from that, for example, right? So
such considerations from its purview a priori. Right? That's why we define science as value-free. But that has to be wrong because scientists have to prioritize their attention towards something before they can even engage in observation. And that act of prioritization of attention is a value-predicated act. And so I can continue. There's all sorts of things we have to assume about science before it can take place.
Okay, so what I'm specifically pointing out here is about religion in particular, since you yourself are a Christian, right?
That's, people debate about that, and I generally don't discuss it publicly.
Okay, I understand that. And me, myself, I'm a former young earth creationist fundamentalist.
Oh, yeah.
So I have experience in this. I used to run a TikTok channel directed about apologetics about the Bible, specifically in this type of facet with morality, evolution and such, and going back and forth with that. So in the Bible, it talks a lot about slavery, right?
Yes.
Yes. So in that, it teaches you how to take care of a slave. Rather than saying slavery is wrong, I think
it says that in the story of Moses.
It says slavery is incorrect.
Well, that's why Moses leads his people away from slavery.
But why does the Bible predicate and tell people exactly how to take care of a slave? Isn't that immoral? Wouldn't you say that culturally we've evolved as a species, as he said earlier about empathy?
Yeah, I would say that the reason we evolved, so to speak, away from slavery was because the West was founded on Judeo-Christian morality and the presumption that every person was made in the image of God. And so slavery itself became immoral.
Yeah.
Okay, this is another fucking thing. This whole fucking Judeo-Christian morality. No, that's not what the West was fucking founded on. It was founded because of a bunch of fucking goddamn... and what Jordan Peterson here means by the West here... This is kind of a big tell here about, like, some of, like, Jordan Peterson's fucking bullshit here. This is a bit of a tell here. He believes in the whole, like, the fucking Judeo-Christian value... I don't know, bullshit? I'll say bullshit. Because I think it's, like, mostly fucking bullshit. No, that's not, like, how morality is fucking derived from Judeo-Christian values, right? You can fucking derive morality from basically fucking anything, right? It's purely fucking subjective. And this is why I've talked about, like, you know, whoa, the death of fucking subjectivity. Whoa, Daho mentioned it again. People can believe in a lot of different things. You know, your average fucking normie, like, if you like, we all know the meme. It's like, we taught this chimpanzee, like, what the average voter believes, and it fucking shot itself in the head, right? We know the fucking meme, right? The idea that it's just, like, I don't know, simply derived only from Judeo-Christian values or ethics or whatever, is kind of like, is kind of fucking silly. Is something where I would have a fucking problem with, because that's not the main fucking arbiter. A lot of it is based off of the Enlightenment, right? A lot of anti-Enlightenment thinkers say it's all Judeo-Christian values, the main sort of arbiter for us to, you know, why the West came into existence, I guess, for like lack of a better term. Why I don't know, the United States believes in the fucking things it does. Nah, dog. The United States came into existence because a fucking a bunch of settlers came in from either fleeing religious persecution or other reasons. There's a lot of different reasons why the fucking settlers decided to come down into America. It's not because of like some fucking random framework that was a recent advent. Like, when did Judeo-Christian values even become a thing, right? Like, when did this shit even fucking start? Yeah, it didn't emerge as a concept in the 1930s and the 40s. So how the fuck can this be a guiding principle for the fucking settlers? Like, why is this a thing? No, the only reason why the terms Judeo-Christian are often used together is because of evangelicals wanting to justify their doomsday fucking cult with Zionists. That is the fucking point of this. So, because back in the day, Christians have had a lot of disputes with Jews. This is fucking true. Why have a lot of Jews been run out of European countries before? Is because of a lot of like religious fervor and sentiment, sort of like ginned up by the Crusades, for example. Like, I think it was like in 1020 something, there was like a bunch of Jewish exoduses, and they all went to the fucking Holy Roman Empire, and the Holy Roman Emperor said like, okay, we can let you guys stay here if you handle our money for us, because it's bad for Christians to handle money because it's the sin of usury, right? That's like a very bastardized version of the fucking story, right? Of the history there. But very, very fucking simplified. No, it's not about like, you know, Judeo-Christian values as to why America, the foundation of America was fucking made. No, it's because of, well, the British Empire wanted to exploit the Americas for a shit ton of fucking money, and also, well, let's be fucking honest here, for the express purposes of settler colonialism. So no, it's not because of it wasn't founded based off of Judeo-Christian principles. It's silly.
It was established by Protestant Christians in the UK, who then convinced the UK government for 200 years to go to war on
And
slavery.
when you say that this is about the cultural evolution of humans in general, rather than just
No, I
Christianity,
think it's the flowering of the ideas that were embedded in the biblical texts across long spans of time.
I feel like this is just humans editing based on the cultural evolution.
And what do you
of
mean by just?
Just?
Yeah, just humans.
Well, humans.
Editing.
Well, based on culture and history, right? We get better.
Well, they did do it based on culture and history, but culture and history have their foundations too. So.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about slavery. So many people bolstered it based on
Everyone
the Bible. Based on the Bible. They looked at it and they justified it in the United States and the South. They justified slavery.
Yeah, but the main thrust of Protestant thought in particular was stringently against slavery, and it was about the only movement in the history of the human race that had an anti-slavery direction.
Which was driven by humans and their
That's
understanding
one
of
way.
morality.
Well, it depends.
It's the same with women's suffrage. I mean, women's in the patriarchy.
What do you mean it was driven by humans? Humans drove slavery too.
Yes, exactly.
So there's no argument there. If slavery and anti-slavery were both driven by humans, what does your claim that they were driven by humans have to do with it?
Evolving morality based on the culture that within the society that they live.
Okay,
so with
fine.
women's suffrage as well, it's a very similar topic in the Bible. There are denominations in Christianity such as Pentecostal movement which do bolster women to be pastors, right? Which I think that's a great thing to do. But most like to disregard.
Where do you think the idea that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from?
Humans.
Yeah, but so did the idea of slavery.
So did the idea of God.
Fine, but what's your point? Like, you're not making an argument. You're just saying all thoughts come from humans, regardless of the thoughts.
It's not driven by a higher power. It's driven on our experience as humans, which is what is best for all people.
Is it driven by conscience?
Oh man, we love, he's doing the fucking whole rigmarole where he's not fucking engaging with what's being said here, and he's just like, well, I need you to, like, keep defining these things because I can't stick to a consistent position. I can't. Because if I do stick to any thing that's consistent, well then, you know, that means I'd have to actually, like, defend something. But, you know.
It could be. Which conscience is also something that has evolved over time, and I think that's something that does evolve with morality and empathy.
Okay, I don't understand the point that you're making.
My point is that God influenced slavery. People looked at the Bible and went, this is moral because God says so, just like women's suffrage, and just like homosexuality.
All human societies were slave-owning, so you can't blame that on the Bible.
If humanity decided...
Oh wait, address that first.
What,
all human societies were slavers, so you can't blame that on the Bible.
Well, you can say it bolstered it.
Well, not if you look at the broad sweep of history, because it was the Protestant Christians
based
in
on
the
their
UK.
interpretation of the Bible.
It was the Protestant Christians...
Which evolves over time.
Let's pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Well, it was great talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
So, again, it's not like... Okay, so the whole point on, like, fucking slavery. No, like, a lot of the things that drove slavery... so, for example, with the Greeks, you want to know what drove slavery for the Greeks? It's because they had a superior... Or, like, for lack of a better term, like, I'm being very crass and crude when I say this. The Greeks basically had a superiority complex. That's why, you know, they did slavery, broadly speaking. That's not like driven by any like particular religion. Like some of them like could justify it based off of like, I don't know, like whatever like pagan fucking tradition or some shit, right? But if we're talking about what the main mode of economy that would have existed during the times of slavery in particular, right? It would have been like mostly master-slave dynamic, right? We didn't really necessarily transition into serfdom at this point, right? This would have been like about what, like 2,000 years ago. So the main sort of like drivers of the economy at this point, if we're doing like the sort of like whole Marxist sort of analysis here, it was mostly master-slave distinctions and didn't really have anything to do with, I don't know, fucking like, I guess some of it could have had like a religious like morality associated with some of it. Like, I mean, the Greeks, like I said before, the only reason why the Greeks like enslaved people was because they had a superiority complex, and they're just like, well, we're just better than everyone else, so you know, that's why we have to have slaves. Haha, very cool, Greece, fantastic. I'm being a little hyperbolic when I say that. So that's the main reason why the Greeks in particular engaged in a lot of slavery practices, is because they thought they were better than everyone else and that their culture was like stronger than everyone else. Stronger? I don't think it's like the best term to really use. The thing is like Jordan's not really sort of engaging with like the sort of like main thing here. I mean, he doesn't really engage with like much of anything, to be honest. The thing is that I'm trying to think like where was I going with this exactly? Right, the main drivers behind slavery during those times, this is where I was going with this, were not like religious affiliations. It was just how the economy was structured at this point. During wartime or during raids or whatever, opposing armies would invade other kingdoms or other empires or whatever, claim their fucking spoils of their war because, like, you know, every culture at that point in time thought they were better than everyone else. And basically, this is, like, very, very highly simplified. And basically, they just thought, like, oh, well, you know, we're built different and we're built better. So, you know what? We're just going to sort of enslave these people in order to have them, well, benefit our sort of like agrarian economies at the time, because that's what mostly like a lot of economies are built off of, like agrarian sort of like a peasant farming economies, or mostly was done by slaves before like serfdom came into existence. This doesn't really have anything to do with religion. This is more of well, economics of the times.
Dr. Peterson?
Good to see you, man.
Pleasure.
What's your name?
Brian. So the first thing I would like to say is I would like to engage in this discussion in a symbiotic manner. I would not like to engage where there is one clear winner and one clear loser. Emotions are activated and ultimately becomes about ego. So I'm just saying I'm really trying to understand your position, and I would just like you to really try to understand my position.
Deal.
Okay, sounds good. With that, if you're saying that morality and purpose cannot come from science, is the opposite of that true, that morality and purpose can only come from God?
That's a way of defining it, yes.
Okay.
That's right, that's good. So I would say that with regard to the first claim, say, atheists don't understand what they're rejecting, because I would say by definition, God is the unity upon which moral claims are based. That's a definition, right?
Okay, if there is a God, what is the purpose of life?
Well, in the Christian tradition, the purpose of life is to engage in voluntary, upward, self-sacrifice, so that the kingdom of heaven can be established on earth.
So you're trying to make it to heaven and avoid hell?
Yes, that's a good way of thinking about it.
What is the purpose of heven? You understand?
Well,
so here's the deal.
at minimum, it's the opposite
infinite,
of endless suffering. How about that?
Okay, and so should we not try to achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth? And if we can achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth without God, avoiding it, if we can do that without God, then does that defeat your claim?
Well, yeah, except that it doesn't. You circumvented my initial definition, because I said that by definition.
How does it circumvent his initial definition? Wait, let me listen to that again. I think this guy kind of gets him here pretty good.
I'm really trying to understand your position, and I would just like you to really try to understand my position.
Deal.
Okay, sounds good. With that, if you're saying that morality and purpose cannot come from science, is the opposite of that true, that morality and purpose can only come from God?
That's a way of defining it, yes.
Okay.
That's right, that's good. So I would say that with regard to the first claim, say, atheists
yes,
don't
because
understand
this is what
I would say
Jordan
by definition,
Peterson
God is the unity upon which moral claims are based. That's a definition, right?
Okay, if there is a God, what is the purpose of life?
Well, in the Christian tradition, the purpose of life is to engage in voluntary, upward, self-sacrifice, so that the kingdom of heaven can be established on earth.
So you're trying to make it to heaven and avoid hell?
Yes, that's a good way of thinking about it.
What is the purpose of heaven? You understand? So seriously,
at
we
minimum,
can get
it's
into
the
an
opposite
infinite.
of endless suffering. How about
We
that?
can, okay, and so should we not
So it's he thinks it's like basically would be a paradise. Okay.
try to achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth? And if we can achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth
You mean
without
avoid it,
God,
avoid it.
avoiding it, if we can do that without God, then does that defeat your claim?
Well, yeah, except that it doesn't. You circumvented my initial definition because I said that by definition, God was the unified source of morality. And so if we engage in a moral exercise,
When you're talking about morality, though, when you
Yeah, that's like he can't answer that question, right? He can't answer it because what if the solar punk utopia or whatever, like in all the memes, does get achieved and everyone is like happy, right? What if the Star Trek, like, what does Jordan Peterson think of Star Trek, right? He would hate Star Trek, right? Everyone's needs are met. There's no war amongst like factions within the Federation. Most of the wars and attacks that happen come from like outside hostile forces against the Federation, but the Federation pretty much has everything achieved, right? There's no suffering within the Federation, right? There's no everyone's needs are met. If you have a thing that you need, you can just get it, sort of by like the term is like STCs in like 40K, right? Where anything can be like instantaneously made. It's like the 500 cigarettes fucking meme, right? I want 500 cigarettes, and then 500 cigarettes just kind of appear, and the aliens start fucking smoking the cigarettes, right? So like, if this utopia gets achieved, I suppose, doesn't this like completely defeat like Christian morality? Basically, it would, wouldn't it? Pretty sure it would.
really reverse engineer it and you get it down to its root, you're a psychologist, it really seems like it just has to deal with motivation. People are saying there is a God. There is
more specific than that.
Well, so let me ask you this. So if there is a God and there is a moral code and it doesn't come at your benefit, are you going to follow it?
It depends on how you define your benefit. If
it's going to come at your expense, would you still follow it? If God came down and said, here is my moral code and you should follow it, but even if you follow it, you are still going to end up in hell, are you going to follow it?
Well, that was the question that was put to Job and to Christ, right? Because they were required, hang on, I'm answering your question. They were required to withstand trials that would break anyone and maintain their upward orientation regardless.
And they did that with the motivation of believing that this omnipotent, all-loving God would somehow turn it into a benefit. So they still did it solely for their benefit. So
No,
when
well,
yes,
let's
they
define,
did. Yes,
hang
they
on,
did.
hang on. Let's define benefit. Like, if I did something for your sister, would that be to your benefit? Like, how?
Yeah, you didn't really answer the question there, to be honest, right? Like, he didn't answer. It's like, well, you know, what do we mean by benefit? Like, how is that to your benefit? How is that to anyone's benefit or anything? Because, again, he can't answer the question. He can't answer anything. He just snaked out of it, basically. Brian here fucking got him. Had him by the fucking balls, and he just, like, snaked out of it by not really engaging with the question.
How are you defining your benefit? Do you mean one of your whims gratified now? Or do you mean you and everyone you love and know over some reasonable span of time?
So
when
you're talking about whims, I think you're talking about something that's more dopamine. When you're talking about morality, you're talking about something that's more serotonin and more ultimately satisfying. So you and I agree on a lot. I mean, when it comes to talking about how men should be masculine, things of that nature, you and I are 100% in agreement. We just don't agree on the justification that God is the only thing that provides morality.
It's not a justification, it's a definition.
What's the difference in between a definition and a justification? I mean, it's ultimately psychologically the same thing.
Well, we have to define what we're talking about before we can just debate.
Okay, well,
right? So I said that God, among other things.
I'm actually a non-theist. I'm not an atheist. I believe the human condition is one of uncertainty. And what that means is that I don't believe that you can conclude there is a God with certainty, and I don't believe that you can conclude that there is a God without in the same position. Now, with that, I don't care. I still wake up every day, and I have motivation to be a moral person.
Define moral?
Moral, what I ought to do.
Okay, how do you
and
come
what
to
I ought to do, ultimately, it comes down to what not just benefits me, but what benefits the entire planet, what benefits the entire system. I think that your entire moral perspective comes from linear thinking, and when you look at the reality of the universe, it's actually more so holistic. So when you look at how Aristotle defined God, when he said that there had to be an unmoved move or an uncaused cause, he was defining God from a linear perspective, and you do the same with morality, and you do the same with purpose.
How does my
I reject
definition of
that.
morality?
Yeah, kind of fucking clocks him here because, again, Jordan Peterson's one of the main things about Jordan Peterson is that he has a significant belief in hierarchy. Hierarchy, this sort of justification of, like, you know, all these different hierarchies and everything. Very, very linear types of thinking, right? Like, well, you have to have, like, I guess in this case it would be the God is the guy on top. If we're talking about like Jordan Peterson in this particular instance, even though he doesn't want to claim to be a fucking Christian now for some fucking reason or some shit, whatever. He's a fucking Christian. He is definitely a fucking Christian. He just doesn't want to fucking commit to the position because then he'd have to defend a bunch of different stuff of Christianity, but that's like a whole different thing of the whole sort of like superposition that fucking Jordan Peterson has to maintain in order to have a fucking audience. So, again, Jordan Peterson's whole modus operandi, audience capture, because he doesn't fucking believe in anything. So, that's all besides the point. He believes that the God is on the top, right? And it'd be everyone else below him. sort of how this strata then work out from there, right? He would have probably men over women and differing minorities, mostly like white men, because again, Jordan Peterson's kind of fucking racist, but well, you know, because he's a conservative. Even though, like, don't let him tell you that, you know, don't let him tell you that I said that, you know, because he may have a fucking problem with it and have, like, I don't know, some particular, like, idiotic fucking conspiracy theory about, like, well, you know, I never really said that. Like, can you define, like, your terms, or, like, I have kind of a problem when you say these particular things. And it's just like, okay, whatever. Then you get into the whole stupid semantical fucking debates and arguments with him, or, like, any of his, like, fucking supporters. I'm trying to think. What was my point again? Oh, right. The sort of the hierarchies that Jordan Peterson believes. He believes that God is on top, and then it probably would be men, and then it would probably be everyone else but beneath the men. You know, he's talked about, like, you know, he's done, like, the whole, like, sort of, like, manosphere sort of thing before, right? Like, that was just one of his main claims to fame. Because he thinks in absolute maintenance of control and hierarchy with who on top. He would say God, but in reality, it's men, because he himself believes in hierarchical maintenance of controls and structure. There has to always be a certain someone on top. So, for example, and this is one of the biggest tells, is whenever Jordan Peterson talks about poverty, he thinks that it is okay for people who suffer from poverty. He doesn't care about, like, people suffering in poverty, because, again, it's just like, well, they ended up on the bottom of the fucking hierarchy, right? They ended up on the bottom of the hierarchy, and that's a problem. Because, again, for him, maintenance of that hierarchy. He always wants the billionaire, or whomever the fuck is on top, to be the main person that is on top. That is the point. So when we're talking about, like, his sort of, like, religious justifications and, like, morality here, for Jordan, it's always been about that maintenance of hierarchy, which is why, you know, he overall thinks that, like, he agrees with the sort of, like, sentiment that, like, God is the ulterior conscious of morality and purpose that exists for all humans in the world. Because, again, a first order principle for Jordan Peterson is that he believes in hierarchy. Never forget that.
How does my definition of morality hypothetically differ from yours?
Because you're saying that there's something that exists in a vacuum, that it exists in and of itself. And nothing in the universe exists in a vacuum. Nothing exists in and of itself. It's a whole systems-based morality. It's a systems-based reality.
Is there a hierarchical structure? Is there a hierarchical structure? Are some things more important than others?
I think that some things lead to more benefits than others.
Then, by your own definition, some things are more important than others.
Yes.
Okay. What is
there? You've been going off in the majority.
That was pretty good. Brian got him there pretty good.
I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would just depend on, like, what you're referencing. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure, but I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be, like, an atheist. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists. I don't believe that God exists. And the only ones I would really reject would be, like, the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians just, like, prescribe themselves. So
how is that relevant to this claim?
You're basing a position of morality and purpose in some, like, notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
what typical Christians?
Yeah, typically when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in all-knowing.
How about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He's a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
You think it to be true?
That's
Jordan, why the fuck are you asking? What do you mean by okay, stupid. He's doing the fucking meme again, you know. He's doing the fucking thing where, you know, he can't fucking believe in anything fundamentally, you know. Has to do, like, the whole, like, superposition thing where it's like, well, you know, I need you to keep constantly defining your definitions, and so I don't have to engage with any of your presuppositions or anything. Yeah.
Circular definition. What do you mean when you say you believe?
How's that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it's true.
All right. So if you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it, and you die for it. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the presupposition of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay, so
how would you define belief? Something you say?
Okay, so I explain. Like, I could believe it is the case this pen exists, but if someone, like, threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save...
Yeah, I think he just got there. Yeah, he just got fucking caught there. The idea that you have to, like, believe in everything with your fucking goddamn life in order to justify belief in something is fucking stupid. Like, what do you mean? Like, what's the name of the individual here? Fucking got him pretty fucking good there. I can believe that this fucking goddamn bottle here exists. And I mean, if I have to fucking justify and say, like, lie about it in order to, like, survive the belief of this, I don't know, the bottle of nasal spray, I'm gonna do it in order to live because I care about living. I guess Jordan Peterson doesn't care about living now or something? Jordan Peterson believes in his own death. Damn, it be like that sometimes. 07 to a goat, I guess.
Save my clinical practice.
Would you lie, like, save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it's the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them, would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's not answerable.
That's Jordan. He can't answer the question because he probably believes in fascist ideology. He's okay with the Nazis. So you can't ever fucking answer this question because of his audience. So he's never going to answer this fucking question, ever. Like, what do you mean by, I would do everything possible to not be in that situation? Okay, sure. Like, let's say, hypothetically speaking, it's the Weimar Republic. You are witnessing the rise of the fucking Nazi party, right? You want to join the, like, would Jordan Peterson join the paramilitary groups that the like the SDF had or something, or like the not the SDF, or the fucking SPD had, or the communists had, the not NKVD, the MPD? Would Jordan Peterson do that in order to try to, like, stop the rise of the Nazis? I don't think he would, because I think Jordan Peterson would be okay with the rise of the Nazis. Just saying.
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like that because it's far. Look, don't play games. Yes, you are. If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got...
Like, again, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, would he run away from Germany? Okay, you will probably get easily fucking caught or some shit by, I mean, more than like, I don't think, like, Jordan Peterson would be the type of dude who'd be a fucking Nazi collaborator. Let's be fucking honest here. Like, let's not fucking play any fucking games. Like, what if you are poor, right, and you can't get out? That's something that can very easily happen. What if you just don't have the means to get out? Like, is his, like, counter argument to this just move, forehead? Is that what he's going with? Just move? That's pretty fucking weak, I'll be honest.
Out there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like, there could be a Jewish friend that you have, and you want to protect them.
I think you should just give up on that line of questioning.
Give up on just, like, trying to clarify your position? Because you don't, like, are you, like, uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical. Like, I could ask you.
It's just a basic hypothetical where you're, if Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany, that's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously, you would lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're, like, not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist?
Why are you asking that?
I was asking, just clarifying. But, like,
he's not anti-fascist. He's pro-fascism. I have bad news. He's pro-fascism. He's okay with fascism because, again, Jordan Peterson's whole shtick: maintenance and control of hierarchy. What is the first intonation of all fascists? Oh, maintenance of hierarchy and control of hierarchy. Crazy. So, yes, Jordan Peterson would be okay with fascism.
Okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly lied to save
I'm answering it in a manner you don't find acceptable.
Obviously,
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously.
Well, because you're not, like, that's not a good enough answer. Like, sometimes some things are just completely unavoidable, Jordan. That's life. I thought we cared about, like, I don't know, like, rules to life. Some things are just unavoidable. Like, being born in Nazi Germany. Sometimes there's nothing you can do about that one. It's just like, well, shit. I was born here. I can't do anything about that. Like, sucks to suck.
silly, right? Logically, because that's already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have time to travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters. When I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think this to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. And plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't really want to be associated with
I can
Christianity.
imagine that I was in a situation where the best I could do as a consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could manage.
Yeah, and like, here's the thing about that. Like, it's really telling that the first thing that Jordan Peterson has to immediately fucking complain about is his fucking career. Because again, why did Jordan Peterson lose his tenure at University of Toronto and lose his psychology fucking his job as a psychologist? Because he revealed confidential information about a patient. That's why. And the board saw it fit to remove his license because of that. That's why Jordan Peterson is particularly triggered about this.
But that would likely indicate that I had made all sorts of catastrophic errors on my way there.
So you would lie to save someone's life. So again, you do believe it to be true in that circumstance, even though you lied in that scenario. So
Like again, like, oh well, you know, I would lie. I can't just lie because again, he would have to commit to a position. He can't commit to anything because if he commits to something, again, like I said, he won't be able to maintain his dumbass fucking superposition of believing in everything and nothing at the same time.
Not without the context that I put it in.
You were not willing to die for it. You're not willing to let other people die for it. So that's not what you see to be true then, seemingly.
You're doing exactly what I said you were doing at the beginning of the conversation. You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical, with no precursors to back me into a
corner.
How's
it possible? Is there something contradictory about it? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah. My next claim is that every...
Yeah, I think he got pretty there. He got pretty good there. He can't answer it. Because again, Jordan Peterson is a fascist. He is a fascist. He believes in maintenance of hierarchy, first and foremost. That is a very fascist fucking belief. This is also the same fucking dude, by the way, who has, like, apparently, and this is by his words, a bunch of, like, communist fucking memorabilia all up in his fucking house as, like, a constant, like, reminder of, like, who his, like, true enemies are. You know, he's a very, very, he's a very ill man.
Worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it. Good work.
Thank you.
Hi there.
I'm Zena. So I want to start off with defining terms. How do you define worship?
Prioritize.
Prioritize. So almost like having a preference over something other than the
It's a
other.
hierarchy of preferences.
Yeah.
And use it to direct your attention.
Right.
So whatever you're...
This is... I hope Zena fucking catches on this. I don't know how much she knows about Jordan Peterson, but Jordan Peterson might have done a little bit of a slip up there because that's... Again, like I said before, Jordan Peterson's whole modus operandi. Maintenance of hierarchy and control. That's his whole fucking shtick. So, you know, because of the sort of baggage with what a position like that entails, he's gonna, like, he constantly loves to, like, waffle about with, like, any of his debate opponents at all fucking times. So, you know, believes in nothing. But if there is one thing that he really fucking actually believes in, it's who is on top in, like, particular relationships. That's what he really, really believes in.
Attending to your worshiping.
Right. So I've kind of become a little bit familiar with your idea of like this value-laden hierarchy, right? And you kind of posit that at the bottom of this hierarchy, or you call it top or bottom, I suppose. At the bottom of this hierarchy, this foundational priority in your life is going to be considered God.
That's right.
Correct?
Yes.
Right. I'm trying to imagine a situation in which could there be that someone has a priority at their foundation that is different from someone else's?
Oh, definitely.
Right. So we can have different conceptions of God.
That's why we fight.
Right. So essentially, there's not one God, but there are multiple gods, and these gods exist in some realm of truth. Like it's true that this person has one God and it exists.
Yeah, probably better to think about it as multiple values, like that there's a hierarchy of values with something at the bottom.
Right. But the bottom is God, and
that's a definition. Yeah.
Yeah. So the bottom is God, and there can be multiple people with different conceptions of God, and they're each valid in being called God. So there are multiple gods that exist.
It depends on what you mean by valid. So far, so good, but it depends on what you mean by valid, because I would say that some foundational conceptions don't play out when they're implemented. So if you put the wrong thing at the foundation, you end up in hell, for example. That's what happens in totalitarian states.
Okay.
Yeah?
So you're saying...
So they're not all equal. Like, all foundational principles are not equal, even though they might be equally foundational. Right.
So what makes one kind of foundational tenet like better than another one?
That's an excellent question. Iterability. Imagine that you play a game with someone and you're a kid, and it's fun. So then you play again and again and again.
So
it's playability across multiple iterations. So then you have a friend. A friend is better than having a game, right? So that's one. Breadth of application is another. So if it's just for me now, it's not as good as something that would be benefit to both of us across time.
Right. So we're explaining like characteristics that can be applied to like these types of like foundational values. But why is it that this iterability makes it better, and what does better mean?
Well, one hallmark of better is likely to be selected voluntarily. So it's invitational.
Another descriptive kind of quality. So we're talking about characteristics that in some type of system with a goal and output being like, we could maybe say happiness, right? Or some type of
harmony.
Yeah,
right? That's better. Not happiness precisely, because it's too short term.
Exactly. So as someone who is an atheist, right, I can explain that within a system, there are things that we can see as better or worse to meet this goal or meet this output. But what we're interested in, though, is what could make these things, regardless of any system, right?
Well, imagine that you set up a system and you implement it, and it produces the opposite results to which you intend. Okay, that's not a good system.
Exactly.
Right, so the foundational principles are lacking, because when you implement them, the game degenerates instead of moving towards the aim.
Right, so we're talking about within a system. When we talk about something being moral, right, just absolutely moral, it means that without a system, right, this thing is simply moral with no reason. Like, stands independent, this thing is good. So I'm trying to figure out if such thing can exist. And if so, do you believe that these things are moral in of themselves, like self-evidently moral, or are they moral in accordance with the system?
I can't define them any more accurately than I already did, really.
Okay. In regards to morality, when we talk about the divine, when we talk about
Yeah, I don't know. Jordan Peterson postmodernism arc. it's you know, I don't know.
God and religion, these moral tenets and religion, right, and God exist as good because it is God, right? So it's self-evident, right? Without any kind of goal or output, this thing is good. So I want to figure out how...
There's an element of that that's true. So, for example, in the story of Job, Job is unfairly tortured in consequence of a bet between God and Satan. So Job is emblematic of someone who's being hurt for no apparent reason. Okay, so Job's response to that is that he refuses to lose faith in himself, and he refuses to lose faith in the ultimate goodness of being. Okay, and those are axiomatic decisions. They're not exactly evidence dependent because he is suffering. There's an arbitrariness in that that's reminiscent of what you claim.
So I'm essentially trying to figure out, do you believe that something can be good, like stance independently, something that can be good?
I don't know what you mean by stance independent.
Okay, so
independent of people?
Independent of people. You can use that, or more so, I'll be more specific. Something that can be good, right, regardless of any end goal. It's just good.
No, I think good is tied up with goal.
Goal, okay, I completely agree. So, in a sense, this is why...
That's why the religious goal in Christianity is the establishment of the kingdom of heaven on earth. It's goal dependent.
Okay, right.
So it's in reference to a goal.
So,
or the goal would be the imitation of Christ.
Someone's goal, right, can be something that doesn't encompass being in congruence with God or being with God.
No, the thing that they want to be in congruence... That's right, that's good. The thing they want to be in congruence with is fundamentally equivalent to their God.
So what makes someone a Christian and what makes someone not a Christian? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's a good question.
Yes.
Yeah, well, probably the deepest answer to that is willingness to shoulder your cross voluntarily and trudge uphill regardless of circumstances.
Okay, so someone can believe in... Someone can have a God, because in your definition, your first preference, that is God, right? So someone can believe in God, right, and not be a Christian, right?
Yeah, well, there's a statement that Christ makes in the Gospels. He says, not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
So they're even saying that they believe in God.
I know, but that's why I'm saying this to you, is that Christ himself points out that there's a difference between people who say they believe and people who act it out, and the fundamental issue is the action rather than the stated belief.
But he also says that, you know, to be saved, right, you must believe God has died for your sins, or that God has resurrected in some way. So it's like, I don't necessarily think that we can take from the Bible and say that, like, acting in accordance with God necessarily means, or acting in accordance with, you know, principles of God, the principle of sacrifice that you talk about, means that you are Christian. I don't see how you can get that from that interpretation. And then...
Yeah, this is, that's like a belief that, it's, consistent in all Abrahamic religions, right? Boy meets many. Like, there's no inconsistency there, right?
You know, kind of justified us.
I don't think that the fact that you sacrifice is sufficient to make you Christian.
So can we repeat once again what you believe makes someone Christian?
There's many things, but one of the most fundamental is that you believe that the cosmos itself is founded on the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. Best founded. Let me offer you a contrary example. So I could assume that power rules. And so that my assumption would be, if I can make you do it, I win. Right? And I can found a whole society on that. And that happens a lot, by the way. And that's also how societies tend to degenerate. And so that would be a society that was founded on the principle that you get to sacrifice and I don't have to. Right now, the contrary to that would be something like, you give up voluntarily and with courage.
Wouldn't Jordan Peterson be okay with a society like that? Because again, his whole shtick is about maintenance of hierarchy. Yes, with slight differences. Okay. Like, Jordan would be okay with something like that because again, his... beneath all the fucking bluster and him, like, espousing, generally speaking, like, not much of, I don't know, anything, generally speaking... He believes in hierarchy. Like, that is something that he definitely fucking believes in. Maintenance of control and hierarchy. Under whose hands? Well, generally under the hands of men. If I, like, you know. And he can, like, do, like, the whole, like, spiritual, like, moral, like, religious justifications about it. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Again, it's more about, like, who has maintenance within a system of control and hierarchy.
All the things you need to situate yourself properly in relationship to the future and other people. Right. So then there's a harmony. That's why I talked about harmony earlier.
So you navigate your life, right, in accordance with this principle of self-sacrifice. Can I say it in that way?
Yes, you can definitely say it that way. That's exactly right. And navigate is the right term.
So someone does not have to have any awareness of Christ, of the story of Jesus, and but let's say 60% of their actions, right, or more, whatever kind of metric you want to use, are in line with this self-sacrifice.
The Christian thinkers of the Middle Ages dealt exactly with that problem when they were talking about the pre-Christian philosophers, for example. And they noted the similarity, let's say, between pre-Christian Greek thought and later Christian thought, and presumed that there were moral actors outside the Christian domain.
Right. So is that person Christian, though?
Well, to some degree, again, that's a matter of definition, because they wouldn't be proclaiming Christian propositions, but they're acting out the pattern. Right? So imagine that full Christianity would involve a dozen things, and you can imagine someone who knows nothing of Christianity, say, acting out 8 of them.
Right.
So then they'd be 8/12 Christian or something like that.
Christian. Well, but to be like a full Christian, how can someone say I am Christian? Like I am Christian, not 8/12, but Christian.
Well, I hesitate to do that personally, because I think it's the kind of goal that you be very careful about proclaiming. The technical.
But belief is not necessarily, to be mostly Christian, belief is not necessary.
Well, I mean, again, yeah. Sure, we're trying to see if, like, Jordan Peterson believes in a thing, but, well, like I said before, he never complained that he fucking has a fundamental... He can't stake a belief in anything because, again, like, he has to believe in nothing in order to maintain his, like, position that he just wants hierarchy. Like, that's all he wants.
812s or, Well, it depends on what you mean by belief. See, because I would say that acting out the pattern is the deepest form of belief. Now, you could add to that what you say. So, maybe in the optimal situation, how you act and what you imagine and what you say, they're the same, right? But you can imagine a hypocrite who says all sorts of wonderful things and does nothing, and you can imagine another person who acts in a very positive manner but proclaims nothing.
So what I'm kind of seeing is like a descriptive, a really comprehensive but descriptive analysis of human action, human thought, and by which we can characterize people and put people in boxes. But I don't see...
Why in boxes?
When I say in boxes, I mean like I can categorize you based on your actions, not based on necessarily what you say, but based on your actions that you're more so or less so Christian, right? Things like that, right? So we can categorize people as Christian.
Well, I would say more or less voluntarily self-sacrificing.
But that's also what we came to, though, is that someone can be like 60% or 70% Christian based on simply just acting that way.
Richard Dawkins is like that.
I watched that today.
Pause there. We can vote out with the majority.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Really, very thoughtful.
Okay.
Hey, Dr. Peterson.
How are you doing?
Danny, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Danny. You're saying atheists worship things or people or places, whatever.
Danny.
Can you be very clear about your definition of worship again?
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for.
Okay, that's it. That's your understanding of worship.
Well, I can flesh it out, but that'll do for the time we have.
Okay, do Catholics attend to Mary?
Yes.
Okay, so do they fit that description of worship?
Yes.
So you would say Catholics and other people that revere Mary, like the Eastern Orthodox tradition, worship Mary?
Well, they might not put her in the highest
But
place.
you would put it that way.
No.
You just said it. You're taking it back.
There's
now.
still a hierarchy.
Okay, there's a hierarchy, but within
there's something at the top.
All right, you can worship.
Mary's
below.
quite a ways up the hierarchy, but not at the top.
Let's discover your definition of worship again. What's your definition of worship?
Attend to.
Attend to. Do
prioritize.
Do Catholics
sacrifice for?
What do Catholics attend to? Do they prioritize Mary over all other human beings?
No, I didn't say overall, did I? I didn't add that to my definition.
You understand?
I said there was a hierarchy as well.
You attend
so you can attend to something trivially, or you...
Because again, listen, Leah, I think this is the guy that Jordan Peterson gets pissed with, right? I was showing at the beginning, right? Because this does fit in line with what Jordan Peterson's fucking definition is, but there's a catch. Mary's a woman, and Jordan Peterson, he's not too fond of women.
You can attend to it deeply.
And now you're adding stuff to the definition, but your original definition.
I added the hierarchy part at the beginning.
Are you
just
familiar?
didn't understand
Are you familiar with the Immaculate Conception?
Why is that relevant?
Wait. He did add the hierarchy part, right? Well, his definition of to worship something is to sacrifice.
So do they fit that description of worship?
Yes.
So you would say Catholics and other people that revere Mary, like the Eastern Orthodox.
What's your name?
Danny. You're saying atheists worship things or people or places, whatever. Can you be very clear about your definition of worship again?
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for.
Attend to, sacrifice for, and what?
Or places, whatever. Can you be very clear about your definition of worship again?
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for.
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for. And then he tries to like do the fucking gotcha bit, saying like, "Well, you just didn't understand that I did mention hierarchy there." And it's just like, is there a mention of hierarchy? You just said like broad sort of general terms there, Jordan. That doesn't necessarily have to intend hierarchy. Do you have to sacrifice to maintain a hierarchy? I guess like the main people, like the people below in the totem pole of the hierarchy, I guess they technically have to sacrifice. I guess that's technically speaking correct, but not really.
Okay, that's it. That's your understanding of worship.
Well, I can flesh it out, but that'll do for the time we have.
Okay, do Catholics attend to Mary?
Yes.
Okay, so do they fit that description of worship?
Yes.
So you would say Catholics and other people that revere Mary, like the Eastern Orthodox tradition, worship Mary?
Well, they might not put her in the highest
But
place.
you would put it that way.
No.
You just said it. You're taking it back.
There's
now.
still a hierarchy.
Okay, there's a hierarchy, but within
there's something at the top.
All right, you can worship.
Mary's
below.
quite a ways up the hierarchy, but not at the top.
Let's discover your definition of worship again. What's your definition of worship?
Attend to.
Attend to. Do
prioritize.
Do Catholics
sacrifice for?
What do Catholics attend to? Do they prioritize Mary over all other human beings?
No, I didn't say overall, did I? I didn't add that to my definition.
You understand?
I said there was a hierarchy as well.
You attend
so you can attend to something trivially, or you can attend to it deeply.
Now you're adding stuff to the definition, but your original definition.
I added the hierarchy part at the beginning.
Are you
just
familiar?
Didn't understand
Are you familiar with the Immaculate Conception?
You didn't add it to the beginning, Jordan Peterson. What to contend to prioritize, and to sacrifice. That has nothing to do with hierarchy. That's got nothing to do with fucking hierarchy, right? I guess like if you want to like I don't know like further bastardize any of like the definition of like hierarchy is, I guess you can say like, well, you know, it is about, there is the definition there of hierarchy, because you need to prioritize the men on the top of the hierarchy. That's the point, right? Like that's like the fucking meme, right? Silly.
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, I'm sure you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay. You're familiar. How do they regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christian versus atheist?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean,
either you're a Christian or you're not.
You if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
Yeah, this is the bit. He's got him by the balls here, right? Because like again, what he actually believes in is maintenance of hierarchy. He will use any sort of vehicle in order to have that particular maintenance or that sort of like in order to not have that maintenance, but to quite literally just have that fucking definition there. Again, like, what did this used to be called? This used to be what? It's now Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists. It used to be one Christian versus 20 atheists, featuring Jordan Peterson. So again, like, Danny's fucking clocking him here. Pretty fucking bad. He's getting cooked here by my man.
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
He's so mad. It's because, again, you know, Jordan Peterson, he's getting fucking clocked right on the fucking head. He's a dude that doesn't really believe in anything except one thing. Just maintenance of hierarchy and fucking control. That is the only thing that Jordan fucking believes in. Yeah, he's getting real triggered right now.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing, right? You're not a Christian.
I'm done with him.
Yeah. Perfect. And that's how you should treat Jordan Peterson. With just utter fucking contempt. Because he doesn't believe in anything. He doesn't believe anything. He's just trying to say whiff waffle with this like definition of like Christianity or anything. In order to sort of like say like, oh yeah, you know, I definitely believe in like, I don't know, like Christian morality or anything. And all this fucking bullshit. Nah, You don't believe in shit. I'll be honest, like, I don't even know if like I need to really go into anything else. This is pretty much like the point I wanted to reach. Where he just got triggered. He just got fucking mad. Because again, he got clocked perfectly. Jordan Peterson, it is a necessity for you to just, you have to fucking believe in absolutely nothing. Because again, for you to maintain the positions that you have, or like not really fucking talk about anything like solidly or consistently, you have to fucking have some kind of belief to defend literally anything. But again, he can't do it. He just can't bring himself to literally defend anything, right? He was called out for being a Christian, and he got fucking mad about it because he doesn't know if he's actually like a fucking Christian. I don't know if even Jordan Peterson knows like what he is at this point. I think Jordan Peterson just like, it's like I've said before, it's all the fucking sort of like ideological like soup and superposition where it's just like, well, I believe in everything and nothing, and I believe in absolutely everything and nothing and maybe something and all these things all at the same time because I need to fundamentally believe in these things because yeah. Fucking got him, dude. They fucking got him. And he got real triggered.
Gerard.
Hello, Gerard.
Nice to meet you, sir. So you said that worship is when you prioritize and sacrifice for something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a hierarchy in there.
Sure. So I prioritize and sacrifice for my wife more than I would prioritize and sacrifice for a random person on the street.
Yeah, again, he's adding the hierarchy bit there because, you know, he's mad that he got fucking caught.
Right?
Probably.
Presumably. Do I worship
I don't know,
my
I've seen
wife?
some pretty bad marriages.
Assuming a good marriage, are you saying I worship my wife?
I'm trying to define worship.
That's what I'm asking. So prioritize and sacrifice.
The higher it is in the hierarchy, the more what you're doing is akin to worship. But even in your trivial acts of attention, you're prioritizing and partaking in worship, even if you don't know it.
So I am
and it's partly, well, with regard to your wife's sake. So why do you value your wife? You do value your wife.
I love her, so I prioritize and sacrifice for her.
Right. So that's within the confines of love, let's say.
Sure.
What else does it serve?
What else does what serve?
Your love in your marriage.
I mean, I'm married to my wife because I love her. That's also why I prioritize and sacrifice for her. I certainly wouldn't think I worship her, and I don't think anyone else would make that
I'm trying
argument.
to make a definition.
Okay.
Yeah, that there's a hierarchy of attentional priority, and as you move up it or down it, depending on whether you think about it as a pinnacle or a foundation, you move more towards worship. Right. So even the small things. I'll give you an example. Imagine you go on a date. Well, imagine that your aim is a long-term relationship like a marriage. Okay, now imagine that your aim is short-term sexual gratification. Your pattern of attention is going to vary during the date, depend on your ultimate end. Okay. That's the hierarchy. The way that you attend to your wife is dependent on your ultimate end.
I love my wife tails.
So at what point is it worship? Because it sounds like you're saying worship is almost a spectrum, right? Or it's not a binary. It's not a.
It's kind of like that's a good question.
When is it worship as opposed to just I love my wife?
The closer you get to the top or the bottom, the more it's more.
Tails, I love my wife.
I don't think I worship anything. And if you're saying I have to hit a certain threshold for it to be worship, it is possible I don't worship anything, then, right?
It's not possible that you don't worship anything.
What do I worship?
Because you wouldn't attend a love.
So I think I worship love.
Do you attend in consequence of love? See, I'm trying to define something. What do you mean worship? I told you what I meant. What do you mean?
So I mean, something you worship is something that you have a reverential view for in a manner in which you believe it to be above and beyond normal things you like. Like you.
So do you have that attitude towards your wife?
I have that.
Do you privilege her compared to other women?
Of course, I privilege her compared to other women, but I don't worship her. Nor does she worship me.
By the definition you just offered, yes, you do. Because you just offered a definition that involved prioritization and elevation.
And thinking that she is divine above and beyond what a normal natural phenomenon can be. Not other women, no, beyond any human being could ever be. I will prioritize her over other things.
So what Gerard is doing here is he's operating, I think, under the sort of like religious definition of what worship is supposed to be, right? But I don't think Jordan. Jordan's not gonna answer that question, right? He can just do the whole fucking like stupid Weasley bit the whole time. But yeah, this is gonna be kind of a wash.
You're making the assumption that only the thing at the top or the bottom has anything to do with worship, and I'm saying that's not true. It's a hierarchy of prioritization, and there's either something at the top or the bottom, depending on the metaphor, or you're fragmented and confused. Those are the only options.
So let's say
you're either going in many directions, or you're going in one direction.
So let's suppose I'm fragmented and confused. Then you agree I don't worship anything.
No, then you worship multiple things.
So what's the threshold when it's worship? I prioritize a lot of stuff.
I said, the closer you get to the pinnacle, or the closer you get...
Can you give me some sort of metric? How close do I gotta get to this pinnacle?
Do you know the difference between cheap literature and deep literature?
Yes.
Okay, that's the same issue. And how do you distinguish between them? What's the difference between cheap and deep?
I mean, it's really an opinion-based thing, right?
So it's just an opinion that Dostoevsky is better than a porno magazine.
Well, I've spoken to people who think To Kill a Mockingbird's cheap. It's one of my favorite books. So I mean, people will differ on
Well,
opinion.
just because people are stupid about things doesn't mean that their opinion is valid.
That's certainly true.
Let me ask you. Okay, well, do you think there is a hierarchy in literary quality?
I think that there is a hierarchy to an extent in literary quality, but I think once you get to a certain threshold, it is just opinion. Like I agree, Dostoevsky is better than a porno mag, but is F. Scott Fitzgerald better than Ernest Hemingway? I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Why do you think that?
Because of what a book is, what literature is. Dostoevsky, he follows what literature is the purpose of more than the porno magazine.
Okay, good. Well, so let me. Yeah, sure. Let me give you an analog then. The depth of worship is analogous to depth of literary significance, and the closer you get to
I don't know, Boy Meets Minnie. This is just kind of.
Maybe you don't know what's at the bottom, but something needs to be oriented confused.
So use your analogy then. How deep do I have to go for it to be worship? Do I have to be Petra in the Ride? Do I have to be War and Peace? Or
depends on what you're seeking for.
I'm seeking to know whether I worship them. You claimed I worship something.
If you want to have a deep and meaningful life, then you have to go all the way to the bottom or the top, and insofar as you're capable of doing that, because otherwise you'll be fragmented and miserable and anxiety-ridden and hopeless.
So I have to worship something to have a meaningful life.
There's no difference between those two things.
Okay.
They're the same thing.
So if I don't worship anything in my life,
Wait, but you just said, Jordan, that you have to worship. Okay, whatever.
life will not be meaningful. Correct.
Well, that's the definition of nihilism.
Okay, so if I'm a nihilist, I don't worship anything.
That's true, and then you.
Okay. You just said everybody worships something. I think you just agreed there's a class of people that doesn't.
Well, they're incoherent in their worship, and hand gestures like that aren't going to help.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, if you're incoherent and fragmented and aimless, which is what happens if your objects of worship are unstructured and chaotic, then you're going to be anxiety-ridden and without hope. That happens. That's a technical argument.
But there's happy nihilists.
Oh, there are.
How do you explain that there are happy nihilists then?
Well, the mere fact that you state that there are happy nihilists doesn't make it true. Like, what's your evidence? How do you measure nihilism, and how have you associated it with happiness? And what's your definition of happiness? Have you compared them to religious people?
How do you know that fucking nihilists aren't fucking happy then, Jordan? Like, why would you bring this up to be... It's silly.
Because if you do, by the way, it's clearly the case that religious people over the long run have better mental health. It's a well-documented fact in psychological literature. Sure. So your claim is just a claim. It doesn't stand on anything.
So you disagree with the claim that there exists even one happy nihilist?
I didn't say that.
Okay, would you agree there exists at least one happy nihilist in the universe?
It's not a question that has any meaning as far as I'm concerned, because it depends on what you mean by happy, and it depends on the duration that you're trying to calculate over. Now and then there's probably some deluded soul who thinks he's a nihilist who's momentarily pleased with himself. But as a long-term strategy to deal with the future, to get along with yourself and with others, it's sadly lacking. That's why Nietzsche warned that when God died, as he announced in 1850, that people would be flooded with pointless, anxiety-ridden, hopeless nihilism. And that was what would attract them to, for example, to the false gods of totalitarianism, which is exactly what happened. Because everybody worships something, even atheists who think they don't.
Aren't there unhappy Christians or devoted believers? So worshipping something is neither sufficient nor necessary for happiness then?
Well, terrible things can come your way regardless, and that does happen. But it's the case that even when circumstances become deeply troublesome, that how you're oriented makes a big difference. So I'll give you an example. So the book of Job deals with the issue of unfair suffering. So Job is a good man who has everything taken away from him in the most painful possible way.
To settle that, right?
With Satan, yes. And so he makes the axiomatic presumption that he won't lose faith in himself or in the spirit of being itself. And that helps him remain calm and forward-looking through his time of trial.
Doesn't he absolutely curse God?
No. His wife tells him to do that. Yeah, good. My final claim is that atheists accept Christian morality, but deny the religion's foundational stories.
So atheists accept Christian morality, but deny its fundamental stories? Okay, sure.
Hi there.
It's very nice to meet you. I'm Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Yes. So God says that you can own people as property. He says that you can beat them with a rod too. He commands genocide in Deuteronomy and in Numbers and in Samuel. I mean, they have a goddamn baby barbecue in Numbers. Like, is all of this in line with Christian
baby
ethics?
Barbecue?
No.
So then God doesn't fit within Christian ethics.
Well, the biblical library is a continuing story, and everything written in it has to be contextualized by the entire text. There's 65,000 hyperlinks in the biblical text. You can take pieces of it out of context and criticize them, and that's what you're doing. But that's a mistake. I think it's an analytic mistake because you're putting the cart before the horse.
I really don't think so. I think that if we say that something is Christian ethics, then I think that all of the...
Is this true, Boy Meets Minnie? Or are like is this like kind of just hyperbolic or something? I know there is definitely genocide that happens within the Bible, right? Like people get fucking killed within the Bible very often. Oh, wacky shit that happens in the Bible, right? This true.
Books essential to Christianity would fit with it, especially if it's like the main character. When we're talking
How do you deal
about
with
God.
the morality of war?
So,
how do you think you should deal with the morality of war?
Sure. Because I feel like the morality, like I feel like Christian ethics, like this is kind of, I guess I just think it's like kind of absurdity to say that God doesn't fit within Christian ethics. So sure, well, we can go on my ethics. That's totally fine.
I don't know what you mean by an absurdity. What game are you playing?
Well, I just think that it's an absurdity to say that the Christian God.
So about that, a lot of people attributed natural disasters to God. It's common in all faiths, right? Okay, true. Real. Mm-hmm. I'm like waiting for Boy Meets Minnie to continue with this. And see where this goes, basically.
God doesn't fit within Christian ethics. That like the Christian
I
God
didn't
isn't
say
like
that.
Christian
I said
ethical.
that the specific statements that you made don't take the context of the stories into account, and so that your analytical approach is faulty.
Sure.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Sure, then let's go through the example. Yeah, so I apologize. So let's go through the example. So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God says, "Go and slaughter the Amalekites."
Personally, I think that more words should be put in Jordan Peterson's mouth because it's funny.
Slaughter the men, the women, the children, the infants. What's the justification for that? Is that in line
That's a
with
good
Christian
question.
ethics?
That's a good question. I don't really know what to do with the terrible, blood-soaked, saturated history of the human past. I don't know, and I don't think anybody knows. I mean, what you try to do in your own life, as far as I can tell, is to conduct yourself in a manner that makes such things much more unlikely.
I totally agree.
We're all saddled with the problem of the catastrophes that got us here, aren't we?
Yeah, but this one was commanded by God. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's
well-
what differentiates it from anything else. Is that this one, it's God
Do you
saying,
think
"Go
that
and
there's
do
ever
this
such a thing?
atrocity."
Do you think that there's ever such a thing as a righteous war?
I'm skeptical. I'm not sure. It would probably be situational.
Well, right, fair
Yeah,
enough.
but this
I mean,
one
people-
certainly wasn't a just war. The context for the Amalekite slaughter is that 400 years earlier, they fought one battle which they lost, and God says, "That's it. I'm going to wipe them off the face of the goddamn earth." And then 400 years later, He commands the Israelites to genocide their great grandchildren. That's not a just war at all. And also, a genocide is not a war.
Well, genocide can be a war, but
absolutely not. Look, the genociding of the Amalekites, the men, the women, and the
A genocide can be a war, huh, Jordan? Okay. Well. Jordan Peterson justifying genocide? Well. Yeah, well, of course, like, in the mind of Jordan Peterson, this is, like, a pretty fucking, consistent fucking belief. Like, it makes sense, right? He believes in hierarchy, and those who are being genocided, you know, they either must have sinned or did something wrong in order to deserve to be genocided, right? You know, makes sense, right?
The infants, that's not a war. The infants aren't combatants.
Look, I already said that it's very difficult to look at the blood-soaked past and to know exactly what to do about it. The answer I gave to the general...
Like, again, this is the same dude that said, like, Netanyahu, give them hell, you know, when the attacks on Palestine started happening. He did literally added Netanyahu and said, like, give him hell. So it makes sense that Jordan Peterson would be okay with genocide.
Who is sitting here before you is that it's necessary to read a text like the Bible at all of its levels of analysis simultaneously. And there's a directional morality that emerges across time that has its roots in the Old Testament, for example, with its restrictions against murder specifically, that makes itself manifest in the Christian texts as the insistence on voluntary self-sacrifice as the foundational belief. That's a profoundly anti-violence ethos.
Do you have the belief in your theology?
Well, what do you think of that? Wait a sec. Now,
So I'm about to address it, but I'm addressing the question. Do you think that God is by his very essence perfect?
You'll have to provide more...
Sure, just like maximally great in all the
I think
great
it's a
qualities.
Sure.
Yeah, like flawless. Yeah. So does a flawless thing change? Does a flawless thing reveal like more and better information over time, or will a flawless thing say, here's what's good, here's the absolute good thing to do at all circumstances in time?
Well, we know some of that.
Wait, so
that's one.
That's totally fine, but
No,
presumably...
you don't get to say over that, which that's totally fine.
This is strong in my position. It's a strong in the argument. So
wait a sec. You said find one maxim that's transcendent across situations.
I didn't say any of those words. I'm not sure what conversation you're part of.
Don't be a smartass.
I'm sorry.
Seriously, I mean it. If we're gonna have a serious conversation.
He's getting mad.
Okay, rephrase your question, because I must have missed it. I tried to answer it.
So in my mind, I guess by my lights, a perfect being doesn't change. A perfect being, if they're maximally good, maximally moral.
Does our understanding of the perfect being change?
Our understanding might, but
how do we distinguish? I agree. How do we distinguish between that though at the human level?
How do we distinguish between
our transforming understanding of perfection and perfection itself? We can only see through our own lenses.
Presumably a perfect being.
Don't be a smartass, fucko.
I don't know how a God who's outside of time is revealing different things at different times. That just seems like incoherent to me.
Imagine something that's perfect and complete.
Sure.
Okay, and it's trying to communicate with creatures who are anything but that.
Sure.
Well, they're going to get it wrong.
Sure.
Okay, now, wait a sec. Do you blame that on the interpreters or the phenomena itself? Like, for example, are you perfectly attending to your conscience?
Hold on. At the point in time when God is literally the one who created us, He could have created us in a way where we would always be receptive to these principles, where we don't have to go across like a learning curve, where maybe we'll understand like thousands of years in the future. Maybe we'll do it. Also, if you believe in an all-knowing God, then free will is impossible because
you threw free will into the mix. Well, that was the answer to your question.
Yeah.
You said why wouldn't God? Well, 1,000 years of deep thinking philosophers would disagree with you.
Yeah, and 1,000 years of, or at least like the last 50 years of philosophers would disagree with you. These analytic philosophers, people like Graham Oppie make arguments about the incompatibility of omniscience and free will. That if God created this world, if He chose this world instead of that world, then He makes it causally inevitable every single action that you were going to make. If He made a world where we were just electrons in love, then none of this would have happened. But by making us in this world, knowing exactly what's going to happen in the future, it makes all of those events inevitable, which means that they're all causally determined, which means that we have no free will if you believe in an all-good God or an all-knowing God that made everything.
Well, have it your way.
Okay, cool. So then the Odyssey fails.
Well, it fails for you. That doesn't mean you've disproved it. I mean, you tried to make you tried to make a case for a causally deterministic universe. I don't think there's any evidence for that at all.
Do you think that God could have created a different universe than the one that He created?
I have no idea.
Okay, so then there's going to be a double bind, right? So either He couldn't have done it, in which case He lacks the power, or He could have done it, in which case we don't have free will, because He chose this world instead of that world, making the events of this world instead of that world inevitable with His infallible knowledge.
I don't understand where you're headed.
It just means that the free will defense fails. Like all this, like under your view,
if you want to have it fail, no problem. I don't know why it's relevant to the issue.
Do you acknowledge that under your view free will doesn't exist?
No.
Oh, then do you want to respond to the argument?
You'll have to phrase it more clearly so that someone like me can understand it.
Yeah, gotcha. So God already knows in advance everything.
I think Jordan
Peterson.
No, it's because Jordan Peterson understands, but I don't think he doesn't. I don't think he agrees with free will. I think that's what it is. I just don't think he agrees with free will because again, if people have free will, that means it becomes harder to maintain, or it becomes easier to maintain hierarchy. Because again, Jordan Peterson does have one belief. It's this: maintenance of systems of control and hierarchy. That's what he actually really believes in.
that world. Everything is inevitable, which means that God's act of causing this world instead of that
Inevitable
world
doesn't mean determined.
It's causally inevitable if God chooses this world instead of that world.
Doesn't mean
Causally,
determined.
causally inevitable means determined.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely, yes, it does.
Well, have it your way.
Okay.
That's not the case.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Yeah, I think he got kind of cooked there as well. Jordan Peterson's against free will, guys. Yeah, well, it'd be like that. Don't be a smartass, bucko.
Jordan, nice to meet you.
Very zippy. What's your name?
I'm Liam.
Hi, Liam. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Not too bad.
Good,
I'm surrounded by atheists.
My question to you, when I scoot in, would be, what does it mean to accept Christian values precisely, or Christian morality?
It means to aim up as hard as you can, no matter what happens to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think that's a very broad definition of what Christian
Yeah, but it'll
morality
come
is.
in handy at some point in your life.
Right. But I think that many different disciplines and theologies.
Well, you asked for a truncated answer. I mean, there's other ways of representing the situation, but I wanted to give you something that was kind of foundational, brief.
Don't be a smartass, bucko.
Exhaustive.
Yeah.
I could say that you would have to believe that Christ is God and he died for your sins, right? But that's, in a very difficult way to understand, that's the same claim.
Yeah. If there are other theologies and disciplines that have similar types of values, how then is that definition mean, like, wouldn't those also be Christian values under your definition?
That's a good question. I spent a lot of time studying different religious systems from all over the world and found multiple interesting layers of concordance.
Right.
So, for example, in ancient Egypt, their god Horus, who was the reviving god of the totalitarian state, he was the god of attention, right? And the Jews hypothetically came out of Egypt, and there was crosstalk between Egyptian and Jewish foundational morality, and then that led into Christianity. I mean, human beings all over the world have come up with moral systems that fit roughly into a pattern, and they're very usefully studied. Now, I learned a lot about Christianity by studying Taoism, for example, a lot. So I think you can make a case that Christianity formalized the landscape of good and evil more comprehensively and in more detail than any other religious system, and I think that that's part of the reason that it defeated paganism and spread so broadly across the West and is still dominant, still understructures our culture, for example.
The way you feel about Horus or Taoism or something is how I feel about Christian morals, I think.
Yeah, but how do I feel about them?
Well, that you took inspiration from them, you learned from them. Maybe
That's a good start, because I would say that actually constitutes belief. Like you said, well, look, in Noah, in the story of Noah, right? Noah is inspired by the apprehension that all hell is going to break loose. Okay? He regards that inspiration as God, right? And when God comes to Abraham, he comes to Abraham as the spirit of adventure. It's inspiration. One of the definitions of God in the Old Testament, unsurprisingly, given the derivation of the word, is inspiration. And so if you take inspiration from Christian ideas, then insofar as you do that, you are in fact a believer, which was my point with regards to atheists not understanding.
But have you taken inspiration from Taoism or from studying Egyptian mythology?
Definitely.
So then you believe them under that definition?
Yeah, but I've incorporated them into something I think that's more comprehensive.
Is it possible to take inspiration and to appreciate the teachings without being a believer in their truth claims?
No, I don't think so, but I think, you see, there are different kinds of truth claims, right? There's propositional truth claims, which are the truth claims of what you say, and then there's embodied truth claims, which is the truth claims of what you do. That should be prioritized. Optimally, what you say and what you do would be brought into harmony. But I would say if you had to prioritize, it should be what you attend to and what you act first. And that's what Christ actually says in the Gospels, because he points to the Pharisees, for example, who say all the right things, but don't do any of the right things, and points out very clearly that that's not acceptable.
I don't know that the Christian morality, those principles originate in Christianity, because you brought up other things that predate Christianity that you can very closely take connections to.
Well, I don't think they do originate precisely. I mean, I don't think the Christian claim is exactly that they originate in Christianity.
So if I'm living those values, how is it that I'm living the Christian values and maybe not the Egyptian values or something else?
Well, that was good. That was good. Yeah.
Hi.
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's your name?
I'm Kamari. So I was curious about this Christian morality that you're talking about, because a lot of my issues of Christianity have to do with the base morality of it, specifically with the idea of the rapture and how we see people that aren't going to come up with us with the rapture and that concept of heaven and hell. I don't really agree with that morality, but if you could explain that to me how I do agree with that, I'd love to hear.
Well, I can't explain the rapture to you because that isn't something I concern myself with, and that's more of a sectarian belief than something that's central to Christianity. Now, there's all sorts of evangelical Protestants who might disagree with that, but that doesn't have anything to do with me. You asked a deeper question with regard to, let's say, heaven and hell and judgment. Yeah, well, that's a tough one, right? I mean, sin, you could put it this way, sin is what puts you in hell, right? And so then you might ask, well, how do you know you're in hell? How about you do anything to get out of it?
Can I ask
how
you a
about
question?
you know that you put yourself there?
Do you think, is sin like a part of Christian morality?
What do you mean exactly? Sin is
like
a part.
the
It's missing
concept of sin?
it's derived from
like,
to miss the target, right? And so,
well, because here's the thing, Boy Meets Mini. Like I've been saying before, for Jordan Peterson to be able to maintain his position, he has to believe in nothing. He has to know nothing, right? Like, it's an absolute necessity. Right? He can't know anything. Because if he knows stuff, that means he can defend it. That means he believes in things. And you have to defend it. Right?
That there's such a thing as a central target and that you can miss it in many ways. And the consequence of that will be your life will be ridden with anxiety, your life will be pointless, people will turn against you.
Don't believe in sin at all.
Well, do you believe in error?
I
made
don't.
any mistakes?
What if I believe that the mistakes that you make, that they're fixable, and so that no sin is finite, and that the idea of hell, I don't believe
that's
in
also
it.
a Christian belief, by the way.
A Christian belief is hell?
No, that there's no sin. Well, there's one. The sin against the Holy Ghost is unforgivable, but that's really the sin against the process that would enable you to learn.
Okay. But there's a Christian belief that hell does exist, and if I commit sin, I'm going to go there, correct?
Yes.
So what if I don't believe in that? Like I think that when you can I explain a little bit? Okay. I think that when you commit sin, that it's because of a lot of environmental factors in your life, like where you were born and who you were raised by, and so there are certain things that lead you down a dangerous path. And once you are dead, I think you're kind of removed of that person. There's no there are no factors of the earth that have to.
What happens after death. So I would ask you, in these times that you've suffered terribly in ways that you thought would never end, do you believe that you had any causal role in that? Like, did you play a part in that?
In my own suffering?
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes I would say that there was a part that I played in that.
Okay,
but I
that's
also
the thing
do
to
think
find
that
out.
I think that maybe it's like a concept of free will that I don't really believe in somewhat of free will. But I think that there are certain things in your life that lead you to do certain behaviors, and so when you commit those sins, you go to hell. I'm not too sure why you would still be reaping the consequences of that.
Like I said, I can't address that. Do you believe that you can change?
I do.
Do you believe you can change for the better?
I do.
Do you believe that when you change for the better, you abandon the things you've done in the past that weren't good?
I think that you can.
Okay, then that's very much in keeping with Christian doctrine.
Can you explain to me how that's in keeping with Christian
Well,
doctrine? If you would go to hell for those things?
You believe you can improve,
Yeah.
right? And you believe that if you improved, you would let go of things that were impeding you. That's a sacrifice. You believe that improvement would be upward, and you believe that you have agency in that. Yeah, those are all Christian presuppositions.
I guess maybe we have different opinions of what Christian morality is.
Yes, sounds
so I
like
think
it.
that my opinion of Christian morality is something that I don't really agree with. Maybe you would define that as like the foundations
Well,
of Christianity.
let me give you an example. So if you want to atone, which means to unify yourself, then unify that with the world, then the first thing you have to do is figure out what you did wrong and admit it. That's a confession. That was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. I picked Xena because I think she asked genuine questions and wasn't trying to win.
Okay, well, hello
Hi
again.
there.
My claim is Jordan Peterson's framework for understanding Christianity is probably not the one that the Bible intended us to use. In regards to the way that you interpret the Bible, I don't see, you have said in some circumstances that there's not a way to kind of say whether or not
We love
ontologically the
interpreting
historical
the
claims made by the
Bible.
Bible are true. Like, for example, story of Cain and Abel. You said that this story is like a meta-truth in the sense that it exists all throughout time, culturally. And the way that you define meta-truth, I don't see a distinction between that and like a metaphor, right? But and you also said you cannot say whether this story was true. You can say that it exists eternally, metaphorically, but you can't say that it's true. And if you can't say that there are historical facts being said in the Bible as stories that weren't really said with much ambiguity, how can we say that we can understand the Bible in the way that it's meant to be interpreted? Like, if you cannot make any claims about these stories, right? You don't know whether they're true or false. How do you know that your interpretation is the correct way?
See, that's why I picked you. You ask intelligent questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was good. What do they say? By their fruits, you'll know them.
Okay.
Right. Well, so one of the things I look at is the impact of what I'm doing. Right. And so I know a lot of evangelical Christians, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Orthodox Christians, a lot of people from other faiths, and they told me, like many of them, that they found my interpretations very helpful and that it deepened their faith. And so that's interesting because I wouldn't have necessarily expected that to be the case. And I've also talked to thousands of people who told me that they.
I wonder why Jordan Peterson may have those. Yeah, but he's not a Christian, by the way, and he's okay with these like. I mean, that's the case with me. Yeah, it'd be like that Boy Meets Minnie. Can't believe that Boy Meets Minnie is still a Jordan Peterson fan to this day. Shaking my head.
Came to understand the foundational stories of their culture better as a consequence of listening to me, and that they did everything they could to sort out their lives and that it worked. That's many different pieces of evidence that all converge on something like the practical and conceptual utility of my approach. Now, is it the same? There's a lot of approaches to biblical interpretation historically, and what I'm doing is possibly less new than you think.
Yeah, I want to make a claim on whether this evidence is enough, right, to substantiate whether or not your interpretation is going to, be more plausible, right, be the most plausible. Because in
It's an
regards
open question.
Yeah, right.
You bet.
So in regards to how we interpret the Bible and how we see the Bible, something can add value to someone's life. An interpretation can add value to someone's life. An interpretation can connect you to your conception of what your faith is. But if it's the quote-unquote interpretation that God does not intend, that can lead to a plethora.
That's certainly the case. That's why the medieval Christians were so concerned about heresy.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they felt, and that's why the Catholics objected so much to
Heresy.
Reformation, because they believed that the fractionation of Christianity would result in an indefinite fractionation, right? Well, and that's exactly what's happened.
Right.
So yeah, that's definitely a problem. I think one of the foundational principles, for example, there's a foundational principle in the Old Testament of hospitality, right? So what you want to do if you set up your local environment properly is to make it welcoming to people voluntarily. And so one of the ways you could judge the validity of the interpretation of the classic story is whether or not that interpretation might be regarded by someone as welcoming. Does that represent something you'd actually like to have if you were acting in your own interest in the long run?
Right, and we can talk about that.
Protect you from fear might be another one.
Exactly. So we can talk about how interpretations of the Bible, if they kind of resonate with us.
Yeah.
But I think that can in some case be some kind of evidence. Oh, this might be true, but I think we have to ask, is evidence damning, right? Is it
Okay,
evidence
that's
certain,
great.
right?
Yeah.
So, but I do want to look at again the consequences and our understanding of this interpretation once more. So we look at again the story of Cain and Abel, and we say, yeah, so I believe this is a meta-truth. I believe that this story is resonant throughout cultures. That is all Trinitarian. I'm sure there is in some way the story was put in here for the reason, right? To tell us about fights between brothers. But also you can't say I do know or I don't know that this story is false or true in an ontological historical sense as a historical fact. Were there two people that were specifically referenced?
See, I don't think that's knowable, but I'm not sure why it matters to you.
So the reason why it matters to me is because we need to know how we should interpret the things that the Bible says. And
Many ways.
Right, but if we interpret
Sometimes poetry, sometimes history, sometimes facts,
but for
sometimes
example,
metaphor.
the reason why it's important, right, very important, is because we talk about something like God says, I believe it's like 1 Corinthians 15:17, something about how belief in God specifically as someone who resurrected or as someone who died for our sins is important, right? But we have to look at, if we can interpret that as just like you believe that God is a symbol of sacrifice, that is different from believing that there's an actual person named Jesus Christ who died on the cross for our
That's
sins.
true.
So if you believe one and not the other, that can be the difference between you going to hell and you going to heaven. So if we cannot make we cannot say that we know whether or not certain historical facts in the Bible happen, even as just events, because the events matter, because again, God dying for our sins on the cross was an event. If we can't say that we know these things happen, these things that didn't happen, this then leads us to kind of a conundrum of how do we know what we're meant to believe, what the Bible intended for us to believe, and this can be very, very important to our fate.
Yeah, I've got no disagreement with any of that. What sort of response do you want from that? You pushed me beyond the limits of my knowledge.
Really?
Well, there's so many things you can't know.
Boy Meets Minnie. That's obviously the reason why heresy was used in the Inquisition and shit like that. We all know the Monty Python meme of Inquisition. Yeah, he doesn't know that because again, he's okay with that, right? Jordan is okay with that because again, he wants to maintain control, right?
Know that the biblical stories are the foundation of Western culture. I know that the consequence of those stories has been the genesis of a society that is in the main freer and more abundant than any societies have ever been. I don't exactly understand the relationship between those stories and that outcome, but it's not nothing.
Right.
But I don't know the answer to the questions that you're asking. You know, it's the case that forever when people have been interpreting religious stories, they wrestled with exactly the question that you just described. When is it fact? When is it poetry? When is it music? When is it metaphor? When is it ritual? When is it time-bound?
But what I'm saying is that your interpretation of the Bible, if you cannot tell us again if these historical events happen or not, that can be deciding factor if someone is like damned to hell for eternity or if they go to heaven, right? So that's why
I don't concern myself so much with that particular question. You know, like that would be something that would stem more from an evangelical viewpoint. And I'm not putting that down, by the way. You're asking me a question I really can't answer. I'm not claiming even that my interpretations are canonically correct. I can only tell you the consequences of having released them into the world, let's say.
Right. So I guess we've kind of come to a conclusion about that, which I've kind of wrestled with your framework and pushed it kind of to its end, at least in the way that you can answer my question. So I don't know that we can more wrestle with that.
See, I guess the problem is, you see, I don't exactly understand. I don't think anybody does the relationship between fact and destiny. You know, well, they're different realms in a way.
Destiny.
Knowing what the world is made of doesn't help you navigate through it. Not really. It doesn't provide you with a foundation for navigation. But knowing the facts of the world is obviously useful. And the relationship between those two things, part of that's the mystery of Western civilization and the continued competition between science and religion.
To bridge this kind of understanding between fact and destiny is like an important question that the burden is on
Right,
Christianity.
boy meets yeah, that's why Jesus got crucified. Well, it wasn't the empire quite yet during that time. That was the late Roman Republic. He was a threat to Roman holdings, right? That's why Jesus ended up getting crucified. He was a threat to Roman holdings within or at least like how the stories interpret it within like Palestine and Judea, right?
Of Christianity, if we can't do that,
why is the burden on Christianity?
Because it posits, right, that this interpretation, right, is going to be a way to understand God. But if it's faulty, right, that
what evidence would you accept?
That would be an interesting question because I've seen people try to answer the question. I've never really been moved because I can always attack it against to this point where the answer is I don't know.
Well, here's an answer.
I'm sorry, that's time. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Well, I definitely picked the right person. That was very good.
Thank you so much.
Very good. I don't like talking to win. But there were portions of all the conversations that were truly productive, and that it's instructive for people to...
I don't like talking to win, even though, like, I don't believe in anything. Okay, cool. I guess we're done here. Nice meme. No more Jordan Peterson. I care no longer about Jordan B. Peterson. I don't believe in anything because I can't believe anything. Yeah, there were some instances where he got cooked pretty bad. Yeah, that Danny guy pretty much clocked him perfectly, which is why he got fucking triggered. I probably should have just like ended it there. Actually, no, there was the other guy. There was the guy right after that was pretty good. I clocked him on stuff. I don't really have to. I can't really say as much because I don't know as much about like all the religious shit. I'm not particularly religious or whatever, so I can't really like comment really on that stuff. I do know about the sort of like positions that Jordan Peterson has, and Jordan Peterson again. First and foremost, what does he believe in? Maintenance of control and hierarchy. Of first order principles with Jordan Peterson. That's what he cares about the most, right? Never forget that. Ever, right? If you're engaging with a Jordan Peterson fan, he'll constantly deny this every single time. But again, this is what his like sort of like principle belief mostly stems from. There's always has to be something on the top. And you can see this in particular when he especially talks about economic issues, right? He believes that it is justifiable that there are millionaires and billionaires on the top because it is about maintenance of hierarchy. If there is anything in the sort of like, I don't know, superposition of things that like Jordan Peterson has alleged belief in, and there's one thing that is consistent with him. Hierarchy. So in that instance, it is perfectly reasonable to always clock him as a fucking conservative. No matter how much he and his like fans like to fucking cope and seethe about it. First and foremost, he is a fucking conservative because again, for him, overall, maintenance of hierarchy and control. That's all that he cares about. And you can mostly tell when he's talking about all of his bits with like a hierarchy and whatnot. Yep. Can't really say anything else about that. He got cooked pretty bad in terms of some of those like religion debates, especially from like Danny and Brian there. He got pretty good there. So, yeah. Nothing else really to say there. Nice.
We love Jordan Peterson, don't we, folks? He's one of my favorite psychologists and philosophers. We love Jordan B. Peterson, folks. I love getting notifications, don't we, folks? Ay, 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 dude. Why don't we raid into someone new? Why not? Fuck it. Why don't we raid in a straighter raid? And put this shit over here. Why not? Because I like Gatorade. Am I spelling this correctly? Wicked. Remote play. Auto clicker. Being racist? I can't believe Boy Meets Mini is being racist. I think I'm spelling this correctly. Alright, idiots. Raid messages. You know what to do. You know what to say. You know what to do. You know what to say. Transtride with the Daho raid butt. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the wowie with the Daho raid butts. How we show appreciation. Those are 18K's gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do. I guess it depends. Probably have a yap session on something. That's probably about it. And the more... What? Darktide event and shit? Yeah, I think that's about it. Darktide event and then Factorio. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.